Hello everybody and welcome to the IPL Splatoon SAC Season 4 Finals. This is it, Skep. We have the final tournament, our top 8 teams that have qualified through the last three SAC tournaments, and we have a fantastic finals to bring you today. We got some amazing teams in here, and for those of you who might be joining us, I am CAJman777. Just please refer to me as J-Man, and joining me today on commentary, we have the lovely Skep as well, and we're going to be bringing you the first 2 rounds of SAC Season 4 Finals.
Hey J-Man, I know you're absolutely as excited to be here as I am. I love SAC. The matches are always so quality, so fire, and I happen to love the 2 teams that we are going to be seeing this morning. First thing, that is Crocs versus Campfire. Both of these teams have done very, very well in SAC. Crocs did go 21st in the first tournament, followed by 5th, and then 4th, and then Campfire went 17th, 3rd, 9th, and 5th. So they are neck and neck starting opening SAC, being in 4th and 5th place so far, respectively. The top 8 teams will be participating in the finals this morning, so this is the first of quite a few matches that you will be seeing today, and I hope you are as excited to be here as I am, everyone.
And before we get into the actual matches, we are playing, actually, Skep, all in the winners finals going through to the end. We are going to be playing best of 5s. So we're not doing like the best of 3s. We're not doing play all 3s. We're good. This is the finals. We're going all in with the best of 5. Obviously, our first map is going to be Tower Control on Anchovy Games. Following that, we're going to have Rainmaker on Black Belly Skate Park. Clamblitz on the Reef will follow that. Along with that, going to Game 4, if needed, will be Splat Zone's Piranha Pit, and the Tower Control on Surgeon Shipyard to wrap up if we need that Game 5. So, honestly, a pretty good solid map mode combination throughout the board here for Round 1.
Yeah, it is. Normally you would see tournaments start off with a Splat Zones game, but instead, because this is a best of 5, obviously modes do have to repeat at some point. We're getting 2 tower control games, which personally I find very exciting. Anchovy is a very, very solid Ancho map, and in terms of the weapon pools that I would hope to see out, I do love Campfire's Carbon Blob combo between Genesis and Nico Chico. It's one of my favorite pair synergy moments from all of mid-level. I love watching them play together. 17 Rats, I was trying to figure out the identity of that individual. I think they're a friend of mine, but I'm not quite sure, so hopefully they do respond so I can find out if that is who I think they are.
Well, you never know, Skep, as we get into it. Some notable players on Crocs. Obviously, everybody is pretty familiar at this point with, I think, Greg or Griguru. Very good frontline player, can play 52 gal, can play K-shot, is really dangerous on the field, has extremely good movement overall, and just plays a very pivotal role in almost, I would say, like a team of leadership kind of scenario. Always calm, cool, level-headed, definitely the person you want on your team for sure. And along with that, we also have Soren, Skep, who you and I are both very familiar with.
Yeah, actually, Soren is quite a talented player, and I love watching them play as well, so this is going to be a very, very exciting set between both of these 2 teams, and I can't wait to see who comes out taking Game 1.
Well, it looks like we are going to get straight into it now. All the teams are ready to go. Tower Control, Anchovy Games. Obviously, we're going to have to see what the comps come out. I wouldn't be surprised if we see the Carbon come out on the side of Campfire, but we're not going to see it Round 1. But at least you're getting the Blob, Skep, from Nico Chico.
Not the Blob, but the Blaster as well in the hands of Storm. I absolutely adore Blaster Blob synergy. And then from Soren with the Nautilus. Nautilus is obviously so very, very clutch on this map mode. Using that, popping the Inkjet on the fans and allowing you to take some high ground positions could be very, very saucy. We do see the Nautilus player Soren getting a pick on Genesis. So it is a 4v3, a 4v1 situation with only Nico left alive on the side of Campfire as Crocs begins pushing up extremely aggressively.
Yeah, and they had some very good early picks there. Obviously, Soren taking out Storm on the Blaster corner. They're going to be able to clear this first checkpoint very, very quickly. But I love how fast, the members of Crocs were able to move up. 17 Rats, obviously, being a little bit of a menace with that Ink Crush, is going to be a high mobility target that might be tough to take out And obviously that ink brush also provides a great distraction for the members of Crocs here, as Campfire is trying to battle back to the tower right now. Looks like the members of Crocs have backed up a little bit. They're trying to reestablish some control back onto their platform here. And Soren popping that inkjet, looking for a pick up onto the top here. Might be able to find it. Not going to be able to. Going to end up jumping back at Nico Chico. Going to be forced to come back here as Crocs pushing up to the second checkpoint, trying to get some points on that board. And right now, looks like they're able to stop the push temporarily, Skip.
They have, and thank goodness that they were able to. Unfortunately, they are going to be put into a 3v3 situation this early in the match. It isn't unusual for that first checkpoint to have fallen, but you definitely want to defend that second checkpoint, especially with 3 minutes left in the game, because then things might snowball later on. We do see Count pushing up, trying to get the pick on the tower. Rider does do so, and then follows up with one of their teammates to get another member of Crocs, as Campfire is able to regain control of their arcade and push back up into mid.
Right, and obviously right now they're just trying to establish a little bit of a map control. They both teams honestly have very paint-heavy comps. Obviously, I think the advantage a little bit here goes to obviously Crocs here. They are, they don't have that blaster. Although the blaster, as you mentioned, Scott, very good for that chip damage. Unfortunately, Storm not going to be able to be using that blaster as their inkjet gets taken out, as 17 Rats is pushing back up into their street, back up into their court here, and just being an absolute menace right now for the members of Campfire. 17 Rats just able to stay alive as Storm looking to get back into the fight here. Just looking for an opportunity to get a pick, maybe to catch someone off guard. Not going to be able to as the Ink Arbor comes out. Gets a good direct, but unfortunately it is going to be a trade, and 3 members now of Crocs are going down, and Campfire making a very solid push. I'm sorry, Crocs making a very solid push.
Your Crocs, I would say someone give that brush a medal there, because they are doing their job by getting enough paint down in their office. We do see Campfire is able to stall out that third checkpoint, which is good. They do need that, but they also need to be breaking back into mid and getting that brush out of their hair. That brush is still in arcade. Kelp is going to follow up with them and get that pick. So once again, Campfire is in a position where they are just trying to get a hold of their own arcade, as Crocs comes in there and has very, very dominant control of mid and is continuing to provide jumps back into where the action is.
Right, and it looks like the members of course, Crocs, they are going to opt to back up here just for the time being. It looks like the 17 Rats is finally going down on the side of Crocs now, and it looks like Campfire is going to try and use this Booyah Bomb to get a push up onto the street right now. They're making their way toward that first checkpoint, and that's not bad for this time in the game. Sure, there's only about a minute left on the clock, but this is where Campfire is strongest, making these late game pushes, and now they are going to be able to clear this first checkpoint. It doesn't seem like there's too many people right now challenging on the street. Soren up there with the Nautilus on the top edge. Storm going to be looking for the pick here, shooting a couple inkjet shots, looking for some picks, checking behind him, not going to be able to see anybody, just misses the shot off on the sponge, but it doesn't matter as Campfire is one little tick away from being able to clear checkpoint 2. A fantastic Booyah Bomb coming out from Genesis now, as now Campfire making their way to the last checkpoint, and all they need to do is touch it, Skep, to keep this push alive and take the lead.
Yeah, Comp is doing exactly what it is supposed to do, and that is apply pressure and apply chip. We do see that third checkpoint does fall as Campfire barrels towards that KO, taking a very solid and quick victory, pushing that tower from nearly 100 to 0 in the final minute and a half of the game, coming right out from Crocs underneath them from where they were comfortable and taking that W.
Yeah, and a very good push as well from the members of Campfire. You mentioned the chip damage there, and Storm and obviously the Blob doing some incredible damage in tandem with one another. They're able to not only get the picks that Storm needed, but obviously that inkjet from Storm was in such a dangerous position where Storm was forced to back off that top platform. It gave the members of Campfire a really long time to establish themselves on the street, pushing into that arcade there, Skep, and obviously a lot of these teams are ready as we get the weapon comps going into Rainmaker, but a very good push from Campfire to take it from 100 to 0. Crocs might have to reset a little bit, but it was a really good game. They had a very strong beginning, just the end kind of fell a little bit flat.
Yeah, their comp was doing what it excelled at, and that is pre-firing at ledges and applying chips so that way their opponents can't drop. So once they were able to clear that first checkpoint and get onto arcade and start firing onto window, start firing onto snipe, and clear that second checkpoint, that was where Crocs was going to struggle as the game came to a close. Given that, I know I don't expect to see a blaster on Rainmaker Black Belly. What would you expect to come out here, J-Man?
I'm being honest. If I'm going to see some, I'm thinking a C-Jet maybe coming out. But if we're talking on the side of, Campfire here, Storm not playing Blaster, I wouldn't be surprised if maybe we see a 52 gal come out from Storm. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe we see a K-Shot come out from Storm. Missile pressure is a really big thing that's super effective here on Black Belly Skate Park. Obviously, a lot of the areas in Black Belly Skate Park have a lot of ramps, a lot of very tight corridors. So missiles can add to the chip damage if they want to keep that chip damage comp going with Nico Chico. But we'll really just have to see what Storm wants to pick going into this Rainmaker game. But I wouldn't be surprised if on the other side with Crocs, we do see Soren maybe switch over to the custom jet, add a little bit of Stingray pressure into the mix.
Custom jet. Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me either. Especially on this map mode, but I also think Vanilla Jet could do very, very well here. I have been seeing the V-Jet come out in favor of C-Jet more and more often. We aren't going to see any Jet Squelcher on either side, though. Nico Chico sticking to that Blubber Gecko, Genesis on the K-Pro, and Storm opting for that V-Splash. We are also seeing a Vink Brush on in the hands of 17 Rats, so with that splashdown, probably going to be using that for the quick pop as well as the sub.
Most likely with 17 Rats, obviously, using that, I would not be surprised if we also see, obviously, those super jumps come in with the splashdown here. Obviously, Ink Brush with splashdown can be a little hectic in the close quarters. That is Black Belly Skate Park with Soren getting an immediate pick with the Inkjet as we jump on over to them. A 2-down situation early for the members of Campfire here, as the members of Crocs are going to be opting to take the Rainmaker to the right side, but Storm on a defensive Inkjet able to push the Rainmaker back a little bit, but unfortunately Storm is going to get taken out here, while Crocs is still maintaining control of the middle of the map. And this is a very strong comp to hold the middle of the map if you are Crocs, because you do have a lot of that paint control in mid. You do have the harassing Ink Brush, but unfortunately the push, the teammates were a little bit too separated there. So obviously the members of Crocs are going to have to regroup here, as now Campfire looking to come in and push up a little bit, as Calp looking for a pick maybe in the half pipe here. Gets missiled from the half pipe, so going to be forced to back up here. This is going to delay the members of Campfire a little bit here, as we just see the Rainmaker getting popped. Soren back on the Inkjet looking for a pick here. Needs one more hit and is able to secure it, as Nico Chico obviously going for the suction bomb rush here. Maybe just trying to get some chip damage. Is missing, unfortunately, a kill onto Pain there, and that's a really costly one, as that means they push and mid presence is pretty much over. Now it's time for Crocs to make their presence known once again in mid.
Yeah, Campfire did look like they were trying to facilitate a push, but the Rainmaker just stood too long and was firing into half pipe for a hot moment. That did ultimately end up costing them that push, because Crocs was able to sweep in and finish the rest of them off. However, Campfire does get the pick on the Rainmaker handler here, and they are being able to apply enough bomb pressure to keep them out. We do see that the Blubber has popped that bomb rush. That is going to stall Crocs' advance for just a moment as they go 2 down. And the Rainmaker is in a prime position for Campfire to grab this and sweep this thing left. They do have to watch out for 17 Rats, though. Sharking, though, they are going to come out with that splashdown, getting the pick on Kelp there. And there goes Genesis and Nico finishing off that Vink as they rotate back towards mid.
Yeah, and the reason they had to rotate back towards mid there, Skep, is because the call-out was already made. With Rat Sharking there on the left side, you are forced to rotate that back right, because you know a few members, of course, on the side of Crocs are going to be there waiting on the left side, so they opted to push it right, but unfortunately, they pushed it right and kind of behind a wall and cover. Not a very good Rainmaker spot if you're the members of Campfire here, as now the missile pressure coming out from Greg, calling out every single location of the members of Campfire are going to be doing a fantastic job with the missile pressure, obviously applying a little bit of pressure there. And now we're kind of getting a battle for mid, though, but a great bomb placement from 17 Rats, able to get secure a kill, a 3v3 on each side. But I see 3 specials ready on the side of Campfire here. 2 of them get popped. Storm pops the Inkjet. The only special we're waiting on is seeing the Blob in the suction bomb rush, as Greg once again has missiles ready to go. Gonna probably opt to hold these missiles. Actually, no, getting the missiles off at least 2 members of the members of Campfire here. Going to be forcing the members, of course, of Campfire to make a little bit of a hasty push, and Greg able to pretty much shut that down with some good missile communication and help with a teammate.
Campfire is still holding lead here. They did burn through all of those specials, but they were not able to make a push. There is a minute left in this game, and 68 remaining is an extremely beatable lead if Crocs is able to get into a position to do it. 2 down on the side of Crocs, and then that Rainmaker is edging close towards that lead. Nico does get the pick on that handler, pushing in for the Rainmaker, is going to pick it up and is going to get it the heck out of there. It does look like Campfire is shifting down that left side, knowing that they just need to extend their lead a little bit here. They just need a little bit more comfort room to defend, because a lead of 3 points isn't comfortable, and there it goes. They are going to work their way up towards those hills, extending that lead with 40 seconds left in this game. It is now Crocs' time to be able to push up, and the pressure is on them to go out and take game 2.
I think the craziest part about this, though, is we've seen it time and time again on this map, Skep, where even a push like that, 42, with a very coordinated team, that push is not safe. But the members of Campfire have pretty much the entire mid under their control right now after that last push. So Crocs is going to have to not only be able to fight the members of Campfire, but then they have to make sure they have enough players alive to take the lead. 42 is not entirely it's not entirely a safe lead, but someone's going to have to pick up the Rainmaker here in 3 seconds, or the game is going to end, and nobody on Crocs is going to be able to do that. Maybe just a little bit too much bomb pressure in mid there. I don't know if there was a miscommunication there, or if there was just too much bomb pressure, so the members of Crocs just not able to pick up the Rainmaker, not able to get that last push in, and Campfire with their last push of 42 able to hold on to that lead in a very good game. But look at the KDs on both sides, really. If you take a look at that, that doesn't really tell you the whole story. It was really one push from each team that was really the game sealer.
Yeah, it was, Kel managed to pull that initial lead just at the end of a team fight. I believe it was Kelp and one member other up on the side of Campfire, and then 2 members of Crocs up. And then Kelp had no choice but to just fall and die forward with the Rainmaker, getting it onto their grass, and that was what got them to that 68 remaining mark. And so for Crocs, that 68 remaining mark was their goal to beat for the entire game, and they could not get it past 71. Ultimately, Campfire did end up making themselves a lot more comfortable and were able to prioritize defense a lot stronger in that final minute and a half of the game once they managed to get that down to the 42 remaining mark. Because beyond that, right, you know your opponents are going to have to pick up the Rainmaker and possibly force an overtime situation. So to be prepared for that defense, knowing that they basically only need the tiniest of pushes in order to be able to pull a lead there, that must have been extremely sweaty for Campfire.
Yeah, and I think that left side call was definitely the right call for Campfire there in that game, Skep, too, because they had a 3-down situation, they had plenty of paint in mid, and they were able to push up on that left side with a lot of specials. Great support from Storm there on the Inkjet, able to pick out one, the Booyah Bomb obviously locking them down in that half pipe. Very good game all around from Campfire to make that push, but now, obviously, right now, this could be a game who determines who's our first team to jump in the losers bracket, at least on stream. Again, this is a double elimination SAC finals, and we get some good old clamblets on the reef, a classic map mode combination, and I already like what I'm seeing on the side of Campfire here. Not only are you getting your blob, Skep, but there's the Carbon Deco we've been talking about as well.
Yeah, Genesis is Carbon Deco, good old-fashioned Ledge Demon moment. We do see that Crocs is the first to take control of mid and the rest of the map. There are 3 members down on the side of Campfire, and look at that paint control. The vast majority of the map is blue, and they do have a power clamp in action. So it is Campfire's turn to play defense here as Soren does pop that Booyah Bomb and starts pushing up with it, getting that wall, getting a pick on the Zap, taking the armor with him, and here comes Kane getting the first dunk of the game with only not even a minute having left past the match.
And it looks like Rats maybe tried to turn around and put some clams in, but of course you're going to have to watch out for the closed here on the side, Skep, because obviously a lot of clams can be snuck in through that close section, and Greg was able to do just that. So now 2 power clams will not be enough to retake the lead if you are the team of Campfire. But obviously this game has just started. We still have 3.5 minutes left, and Greg with the Greg and Soren, I believe, who is playing the 52 gal, the Kensa 52 gal. Obviously that splash wall, we know the power of the Kensa 52. It is a very dangerous weapon, especially on a map like Clamblitz, the Reef. You're able to basically keep an area locked down, keep yourself defended, and you're able to make very solid pushes with it, especially in the closed here. So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw some more plays coming from the close there on the side of Crocs, as now the members, of course, of Campfire are able to score, at least get one power claim in. Genesis looking to score just a couple, able to get a few in, not going to be enough, but this push is pretty much going to be shut down here. Just a quick little play from Campfire, get some points on the board, have a little bit of a lower penalty, have a little bit of a lower threshold to get some, to put more points back on the board. But when we look at the map control here, Skep, it seems like Crocs is doing a fantastic job of keeping this mid-bridge painted, and that's really what you want to do on Clan Blitz the Reef. That bridge control is literally everything here, especially in teams that are so high level. Unfortunately, Soren going after the close, getting into a 2v1 scenario. They're not able to live it, but 2 power claims now on the side of Crocs.
Yeah, the Campfire is now anticipating Soren going through Sneaky and up into Car, right? Because that's what they did last time. That's what enabled that push so strongly on the side of Crocs. So Campfire is now looking out for that. It is a 4v3 situation, and it does look like control of bridge is shifting away from Crocs as that power climb does come into their street. It is now 3v3 with that power climb just underneath that basket, but it does look like, oh my goodness, someone snuck over to underneath Campfire's basket and does get that dunk as well as another clam. So Crocs securing their lead once again with 2 minutes left in the match in a very sneaky and big brain play.
And I thought, honestly, for a second, I didn't think that was going to work out for Crocs, because obviously they were in a 3-down situation right after that, even though they got those 2 clams in. But you did have Rats on the back just kind of anticipating the push, and someone on the member of Campfire just kind of pushed up a little bit too early, and Rats able to take that out and stop the push really before it even began for Campfire. As now Soren looking to try and take control of this bridge again, but Nico Chico obviously with the suction bomb rush. That's a lot of pressure, that's a lot of chip damage, that's a lot of paint, but the splash wall is doing what the splash wall does best. Soren's got to be real careful, the 1 hit away, able to jump out safely, and it looks like the members of Campfire finally feel like they have a bit of control over the bridge here, but they have yet to clear this right side here, right in their court there. Scapis Rats just kind of running up, trying to get a couple picks, but the missiles, that's a lot of chip damage in that corner. A 2-down situation on both sides, 3 down now on the side of Crocs. 8. Oh, the only person left alive is Nico Chico. 7 squids down, and Campfire able to take the lead. Genesis getting an incredible flick in. Maybe able to get some more clams here, we'll have to see. But now, of course, now Crocs is on the back foot yet again. Literally 1 power clam and 2 single clams is going to be enough to take the lead, but we'll have to see if they can do it with 40 seconds left.
40 on a in Clam Blitz, don't forget that they get 20 seconds of overtime if they are able to form a power climb, and they do have that pity, so they are guaranteed that overtime if they don't grab that and desync it. Great play from Campfire, major blob moment with that bomb rush in order to be able to clear out that basket and hold forward with it. We do see that Genesis is down coming out of spawn as Crocs comes up and is now bringing that power climb into the street, but there are 4 members of Campfire up there ready to defend for them. 17 Rats there just dancing around the choke. It does look like they are trying to find a way to approach, but the power climb is all the way up underneath their own basket, so their fire is rather split at the moment going into overtime.
It is, but they do have 2 power climbs on the board, but they need to get some early picks here. Soren's going to throw a Booyah Bomb from a very tight corner here. Rat's going to be able to get a pick. The clam is not going to be able to go in. 3 members are going to go down. Actually, a full wipe going to go down on the side of Crocs. Oh, what a great defensive play there from Campfire. Even with the pressure from the Booyah Bomb in a very sneaky position with Soren, Campfire, they held their head and they just kept control of their main kept control of their main car. They did not allow anybody to come up the street. The only spot open was the tree, and Campfire was really ready for that defensive push. What a great defense from Campfire, and what a set for them as well, taking it 3-0.
Yeah, I saw that wall come out from Soren followed by the Booyah Bomb, and where the clam carrier was like nestled in the corner, I was like, okay, like they are going to get this push, like this is happening, like Crocs is about to pull the lead right now. And Campfire there, just they saw what I saw and they were like, nope, honey boo, not today, and just had absolutely fantastic defense, and that enabled them to take game 3. So congratulations to Crocs. We'll see you in the losers bracket, and congratulations to Campfire for moving on. We really appreciate all of you being here and turning out for SAC, and congratulations for making top 8.
Yeah, and what a great set to start off our day as well. Two teams that obviously we thought were going to be very closely matched against each other. I know we were talking about this a little bit before. We were talking about like how their matchups was going to be, but man, Campfire, they're really showing that they want to win this tournament here. That was our 4 versus 5 seed matchup. So obviously, you know, everybody anticipates that to be the closest one, but Campfire, man, their defensive play, their offensive play in like a final minute in that first game on tower control, fantastic play from Campfire. I'm looking forward to see how they do in the next few rounds, because the next opponent from the bracket that I'm looking at, they are going to be playing, is going to be 4Beans, so our number 1 seed, of course. But I believe, if I'm not mistaken, for our next match, we might be going to the other side of the bracket. I think we're alternating today, so if I'm correct on that, we are going to be seeing Tempest versus Centinels.
And that we will. My name is Commentators, and I have been here with J-Man. We will be right back to continue watching SAC with all y'all. Stay fresh. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to SAC Season 4's Finals. This is it for Season 4, and we are in our semifinals between Tempest and Centinels. A lot of these players on the side of Tempest are very, very familiar to me. What about you, J-Man?
I think I'm kind of in the same boat with you. I look at the roster of Tempest. I see Henry, I see Red Shell, I see Drifty in here. Those are three names that I've seen around the Splatoon competitive scene for quite a long while. I know you and I were talking a little bit about Drifty mainly. I think we were pretty sure that Drifty was mainly playing some support weapons, and that Henry most likely on that Nautilus. Again, I think it's if I'm not mistaken, that's a weapon we have seen Henry on before. But what I find interesting about this matchup here, Skep, is we have Tempest, obviously the team that placed number 2 overall in our top 8. They played only 3 of the 4 qualifying tournaments. Their placements were first, second, first, respectively, and I think they missed out on the last one because they were doing the NA Open, or the Nintendo tournament that was happening like a few weeks ago. But then on the other side, we have Centinels, and Centinels is kind of a mixed bag, and a team I wish I would have paid a little bit more attention to going into the finals here. They have some pretty decent placements, but it's going to be tough to see if they can match up the Tempest, as they placed 5th, 18th, 10th, and 9th in the 4 SAC qualifiers.
Indeed, Tempest just securing their way into finals with how well they did in the first 3 tournaments. But Centinels, man, it's people who play these high-level tournaments, these mid-level tournaments, who come back around. They do have a lot of time to improve. So I'm very curious to see what tricks Centinels will be pulling out of their bag. We do see, we were right about the Nautilus in the hands of Henry, and we do see, I believe that is Fire 3K on the K-Shot and Kino's playing support. And then on the other side, we also have Omega on the Inkjet Nautilus, so we will be seeing quite possibly some very spicy Inkjet battles, which always makes me extremely happy, J-Man.
I always love the air-to-air combat with Inkjet battles. There's 2 members of both teams going to start to go down, but how can we forget about Red Shell? The brush! We cannot forget about the power of Red Shell and the power of Red Shell's Octo Brush. That thing is something to be feared, as obviously Tempest is going to be the first team to score right away. And look at Red Shell going in, scoring clams from behind the basket, getting a couple more clams, going up a different route, going to throw some more clams into the basket. Already at 50 points before Red Shell goes down, and Tempest with just 2 members able to put the score to 47.
Oh my gosh, and it is a 1v1 situation with, we do see Centinels breaking in, trying to get control of mid. Omega, the Nautilus painting up, but my oh my, that play from Red Shell, mischievous, sneaky, conniving, just refusing to back down. What a phenomenal play there, and absolutely facilitated Tempest's opening push to 47 remaining.
Yeah, obviously Omega getting a really big pick onto Henry there. 2 members of Tempest going down, but Red Shell snuck in the back again. Oh my god, the members of Centinels are gonna have to watch for Red Shell. It doesn't matter if Red Shell's alive, it doesn't matter if Red Shell's dead. Red Shell is finding a way to put a clam into your basket if you are not paying attention. So obviously Centinels gonna have to watch their back, but that kind of gives, I would say, Tempest a little bit of an advantage factor here, Skep, because obviously you have that high mobility brush that is in Red Shell. Obviously, we saw it a little bit in our last set, but the Ink Brush or an Octo Brush really can, you know, put a damper on plans, especially if they get behind you, if they shark. It makes it very difficult to push up, as now, I believe that's Lele, trying to fight. Unfortunately, Henry, they're not going to be able to, getting the great pick on the Inkjet here as Red Shell going in with the brush again. Able to at least get the score in, as now the members of Tempest having 9 clams. They really want to get these in here, but they're not going to be able to push it up the front way. Let's see if they can get a couple more clams coming in off the side here. Doesn't actually look like they're going to be able to, so a decent defense off from Centinels there, just able to hold it for 1 power clam. But unfortunately, members of Tempest are very, very aggressive. We see this in their play style quite often. They will always like to pursue fights, but they always like to take fights in those 2v1 scenarios. As look at the power of Tempest. They're pushing up. Red Shell is really making a mockery of Centinels' defense here, Skep, as they just do not have an answer for Red Shell this game.
Well, with that brush player, and we do see that push is going to come to a close from Tempest Sentinels. They are going to be able to stall out this game. With that brush player, you know they're going to be sneaking behind you. You know they're going to be in your hair, right? So you do have to focus all of your attention forward on the 3 players in front of you. And if you can clear that out, you do leave that brush vulnerable, and you are going to be able to bring that to a close. And that is, look at that shutdown of the flank from Sentinels there. Red Shell was attempting to pull out a flank with that hammer. And because they addressed that properly, this is going to be Sentinel's first dunk of the game. They do get 2 power claims in simultaneously, so it is their turn to get some points on the board as they're pushing up, and they have control of their paper towels.
They do, and not only that, but they were able to get another power claim in before going down to a full wipe. But obviously, going down in a full wipe with Tempest on the other side, they're gonna be able to very quickly retake map control. And look at the presence already. Red Shell is already 1 clam away. Tempest already in position to score. Put it to 9. Is 6-3, and that is gonna be game. That full wipe was absolutely massive on the side of Tempest, shutting down that push, but Sentinels obviously needed to maybe take that push a little bit stronger. Getting the 3 power claims in was great from Sentinels, but again, Tempest is very quick on their feet. They know what to do, and Red Shell is a sick, slimy snake that will find a way to score every time, and people on Tempest and the people who have watched Red Shell for a long time love Red Shell for that.
Yeah, I blinked for like 2 seconds, and I looked, and they had already scored, and we're down to 6 remaining, and I was just like, oop, like, this is really happening right now. Tempest took that push from Sentinels and said, man, guys, you went 3 down, you went 4 down, like, we're just gonna take control of mid, and we're just gonna sweep right into that basket, and that is exactly what happens all the time on Clam's Mako Mart, regardless of skill level. So, but fantastic push from Sentinels, very, very threatening, considering that Tempest's majority of their points came from repeated pushes, right? They would get a clam in and then that power clam in and then followed by a couple of other clams. And then they would do the same thing 45 seconds later and the same thing a minute later. And that was how Tempest was able to secure their points. But Sentinels, they did get all of those points down in a single push. And that's going to mean that Tempest is going to have to stay on their toes, because when Sentinel comes in, they come in swinging hard.
Right, and they did have a very good situation as well. Just the members of Tempest were in a very good position there, obviously, to get that full wipe, making sure they couldn't get, they couldn't take the lead off that one push. They couldn't go 100-0 in Clam Blitz. But obviously, going into Game 2, you have Splatoon's Wahoo World. Now, this is I would say it doesn't function similarly to Clam Blitz Mako Mart in terms of how you want to play it. Obviously, it's a different mode. But in terms of, like, the actual control over the map here, similar to Mako Mart, the middle of the map is obviously where the Splat Zone is. That's going to be the biggest thing on Wahoo World. But I think when we're talking about Clam Blitz on Mako Mart, you see that there is a lot of control, like on the left side, on the left side snipe on that step there guarding the basket. On Wahoo World, it's kind of a similar situation on that top section to the left. As well, because you want to be able to push into the zone from that top left side. That's going to be your fastest push, and you don't want to go around on the uninkable. Sure, you can go up the walls and get a flank, but there aren't really many opportunities to sneak in, kind of going around on both sides.
Yeah, having control of your opponent's plat and thus their snipe is everything on Clam's Mako. Of course, that would, I'm so sorry, Splat Zone's Wahoo. And if you're able to outpaint your opponents and get control of their plat and conversely get control of their court, that is what is going to enable you best in order to be able to lock out your opponents. I did see a match quite recently, and I believe it was actually Campfire playing it. I might be misremembering. However, just because someone gets locked out for a moment, right? Because this map is so big, so your opponents can get down to 40 remaining, but if you still come in with the right coordinations and the right specials and don't feed, you can still come back from that, just because locks and holds tend to be so thorough and so strong on this map mode.
Right. Now, did you think we're going to see Red Shell come out with I'm going to say I think we're going to see Red Shell come out with the brush here as well, because obviously, getting into, your opponent's pit area, getting in, to kind of stop their snipe on, obviously, your spawn's left side. That's a big important thing, and Brush has the mobility there, but obviously, if Red Shell's got to go into the center of that zone, if Red Shell's not the one, if Red Shell has to push back into the zone, having the brush is going to be kind of hard to do that. You're not going to have a lot of range, especially from coming from that left side in the uninkable there. So I don't know if Red Shell is going to go to rock a brush here. I wouldn't be surprised if we still see Red Shell use a brush and maybe try and go sneaky, trying to like sneak under to get onto the side of Sentinels. But we'll just have to see because the zone's small, as you said, Scott, but the rest of the map is a lot bigger.
Yeah, it is a huge map. I don't know off the top of my head, but it might even be the largest out of all of Splatoon 2. Maybe Moray is bigger, but you don't exactly see that.
We don't like Moray. We don't. I don't want it.
It is my favorite map. That's not a point. Oh my gosh. I wouldn't be surprised to see Red Shell going the Kenza Octobrush. Just because Hammer is so useful for clearing out Plat, and this is the one mode for Wahoo where Plat is permanently extended. So having that hammer which is very, very useful for clearing out that area. And that is exactly what we're going to see from Red Shell, as well as the Curling Rush tent from Fire, which is, oh man, I love that combination, and it hasn't even started.
If there was one weapon I wasn't expecting to see today, it was the Curling Rush Tentabella. I'm just going to say that right now. And the first person to actually go down right off the zone is Red Shell, as Centinels able to quickly take control of that zone. Red Shell trying to go in maybe for an early pick, but again, that range is going to hurt Red Shell here trying to push into the center because that middle zone is so small. It is really a choke point, but now here we go. Red Shell popping up with the hammer, immediately getting taken out again, and Sentinel says, no, you're not going to be able to do this once, you're not going to be able to do it twice, you're going to have to fight us in the middle of the zone, as Keno, taking some jump shots here, just trying to stay alive, is able to do so at the moment. 2 members, of course, of Tempest down, 2 members of Sentinels down, now 3 members of Tempest down, and the members of Sentinels able to retake control over the zone very quickly and able to have a very nice setup here. But look at the defensive position from Fire here. Maybe trying to put some paint down on the ground, maybe for a Red Shell play later, but now Fire backing up for their teammates here. We are not going to see the Curling Rush come out quite yet. That 10 dimensional pressure on this left side is quite heavy, Skep, and now we're going to see it coming through with the 10. This should be a retake, ideally, for Sentinels, and they are going to be able to do it. Oh, I'm sorry, a retake for Tempest, and they are going to be able to do it. Red Shell looking for the hammer pick in the midair, not able to get it, but now Red Shell is in a very good spot. This is the spot you really don't want to see Red Shell, especially up on this top left side if you are the members of Sentinels. And now, of course, a delayed full wipe on the members of Sentinels with Tempest taking control currently, and they have really good positions. And look at how far pushed up Red Shell is, maybe trying to go for a pick here, but they're going to get called out very quickly.
This is exactly what I was talking about before the match even started. Sentinel's opening push was positively fantastic, and the way they were able to shut down Tempest's repeated attempts to break in was extremely solid, but now we can see Tempest has such great paint control, which is going to enable Red Shell even more, which is not... if there is a player you don't want enabled, that is Red Shell. And it's speaking, the man themselves is now just dancing all over that zone, keeping paint down, keeping that neutral all by their brush self, while 2 of their teammates do come out of spawn. Sentinels is currently in control with only 10 ticks remaining, but the members of Tempest are swarming, and they are going to shortly be in position as Sentinels does clear the rest of those penalty points.
Now, you gotta watch out on the members of Sentinels here, because they're waiting for the special to come out on the side of Tempest, because the armor was ready as well on the side of Sentinels. As Red Shell goes for a throw with the hammer, misses it. 2 members on both teams go down. Now it's just a fight for the zone. It's not actually a fight for the zone right now, as Tempest was able to take control in that engagement there. A lot of players coming off respawn here, but I really like the positioning of Omega here. Omega does need some backup, though. It's just Omega on this corner. They're going to have to protect the Inkjet jump point, and they're going to be able to taking out the tent. But unfortunately, right now, it's going to be a 2v3 situation up in the middle. And again, Red Shell has a lot of paint enabled. So now Omega's going to be forced to be pushed back. Gets a great pick on the Red Shell, though, and that's what you love to see from that. So maybe they can take advantage and push in, but they need to do it together. But unfortunately, the K-shot with almost 10th missiles ready goes down again, and Sentinel's going to lose the lead here, as another Inkjet is going to come out here on the side of Sentinels. I think Omega's going to have to be careful, though, on the landing here, because look at the paint. It just seems like Tempest just wants to keep the paint control. They're not trying to decap the zone as they're able to. It's a 1v1 now in the center. It's Omega versus I actually, Omega versus Kino, but they're able to take the zone because Kino was so focused on the kill, the zone just swapped back, Skip.
Omega versus the world, and their teammates were able to jump in and force that cap. I could have sworn the Nautilus in the hands of Omega was about to solo cap the zone, and I was like, there is literally no way. But they didn't. But what they did do is provide jumps to their teammates who did come in and say, haha, you thought you were done here. No, you are not. And now look at this. Centinels is in very solid control. Oh, and just as they say that, they go 2 down. The zone does flip back to Tempest. They have 33 seconds, and that's going to mean, oh, and 3 members down on the side of Centinels. So they need to get back in. They need to get their specials, and they need to find a way to deal with this hammer armor combo that's going to be coming out of Tempest on the defense.
And I want to point out what really enabled that push for Tempest was Red Shell flanked up the left side, the uninkable side on the side of Sentinels, and no one called it out. And Red Shell was able to get a free pick as now the Inkjet coming in, looking for a pick on the Red Shell. Red Shell's going to get 2 with the hammer. That is massive, and that is going to seal it, at least for Tempest, at the full white. Tempest going to be able to take game 2 on Splatoons as well. Incredible play from Red Shell, incredible push from Tempest, but Sentinels fighting hard for all the points they got that game. Mad respect to them.
Yeah, for sure. There were that match. You could not tell it like where that match was going to go because Sentinel's original lock and hold was so dominant and so controlling. And I just remember this one moment where Red Shell was just gliding through the ink and attempting to break onto Sentinel's glass. And like I saw him coming in, and I was like, "There's no way that this squid does not get the picks." And then like they just got shut down, and I was like, "Whoa, like homies, like what is this energy?" And like Sentinels played very, very, very well despite taking the L in that match. Like it was incredibly spicy, and I did not know who was going to win that, nor do I know who's going to win TC Inkblot as we roll into Game 3.
Yeah, we're going right into Game 3. These teams are ready to go. Honestly, I'm still thinking about that Splatoons game because those are the kind of Splatoons games that I like seeing. Back and forth, jockeying for position on the zone. Such a good game between both these teams as now the menace that is Red Shell once again coming back with the Kenta Octobrush for the next game, and actually pretty similar comps on both sides. The difference between being the vanilla Dually Squelchers to Red Shell's Brush. Other than that, the exact same comp on both sides. So we'll have to see if the range benefits the members of Sentinels here as Red Shell immediately looking for picks. Quick armor. Get stuck in a pixel of ink though. You hate to see that. They really got to buff ink resistance back for Splatoon 3. Honestly, it's so weak. But obviously, Henri looking for a pick here with the Inkjet. Getting maybe some chip damage hits. Not going to be able to get any picks though, as the 2 members of Sentinels going to be able to jump back in for their team. Nobody's going down on either side yet, as both teams are still vying for this middle position here, Skep. And it's as Tempest finally starts to push up. Obviously, it's Red Shell being the aggressor here as an Inkjet comes out, gets an assist. That's 2 down. But look at this! No one was watching the Inkjet jump from Henri on the step, and Henri is in a very advantageous position and an easy finish for Henri there. Dually Squelchers kind of jumping around a little bit too much, making that easy target for Nautilus.
Yeah, I absolutely really admired the Dually Squelchers movements there, and Henri's response to that movement. You can see them flicking back and forth across their screen, trying to track that movement before it happened. So fantastic play from both of those sides. You can tell that Henri is very experienced in fighting those dualies with that Nautilus. We do see, I believe, no, they were unable to. No, they did clear that first checkpoint. So we do see that Tempest has cleared that first checkpoint, which means that second checkpoint is in danger, right? That's where things start to get a little dicey on TC Inkblot. Tempest is on that second checkpoint. This is not where you want them to be this early into the match, and that second checkpoint has been cleared, and as they pop those 2 specials and continue pushing up even further, this looks like it could be a potential lockout situation in favor of Tempest.
Yeah, and Red Shell, of course, up on the plat is just something you cannot have, especially that early in the game. They had full control, giving Red Shell full movement as the 3rd checkpoint is going to fall. 3 members of Sentinels are going to go down, and unfortunately, I think that is going to be it as the members of Tempest get back on the tower, and just with one fell swoop with Henri and Red Shell kind of locking down the plat there, the members of Sentinels kind of trickled in one after the other, and that's not what you really want to do, especially when that second checkpoint is being killed. And unfortunately, it did bite them in the butt at the end there. They weren't not able to get control of the plat, not able to get control even over their top section. No one knew where Red Shell was. Henri was harassing them with the Nautilus. Tempest just textbook push there on Inkblot.
Yeah, indeed it was. Once that first checkpoint was fallen, they took the time to breathe and then came back at that second checkpoint, prepared and ready to go, and did enable Red Shell with that brush. Fantastic job from both teams. Once again, congratulations to Centinels for making top 8 in SAC. This achievement is nothing to sneeze at for any of these teams. They all had to work very, very hard throughout Season 4 in order to be here today. So congratulations to them. And Tempest, we will continue to see you rocking and rolling. And remember that this is double a limb, so there is a chance that we will be seeing Crocs and Centinels later on in the day. But J-Man, I believe this was your last set that you will be commentating with us this morning. So where can the good people find you?
Yeah, so that is gonna. Yeah, you're right. That is gonna be it for me. Obviously, Skep, they are gonna be seeing you one more round. Lucky you today. Somebody, Mr. Popgun, is currently doing whatever Popgun does when Popgun has time. Before Popgun will be joining us on commentary later. But for those who want to find me, you can find me on all social medias at CAJman777. And Skep, obviously, you're just going to be hanging around for a round or two. But before we sign off on this break, I want to give a little update on where we are bracket-wise. So obviously, Tempest moving into the winners finals here. We still have not had a determining factor against 4 Beans versus Campfire, so we're still waiting to see the games on that. But down in our losers bracket, which is currently happening to be a best of 3, Crocs able to beat Skill Issue in L1. So Crocs is going to be fighting the team you just saw, Centinels, in the round 2 of the losers bracket, and Bean Tycoon is currently awaiting the loser of 4 Beans and Campfire. They will be playing that in round L4. They were able to knock off Raccoon Soup 2-0.
Indeed they were, and for those of you who would like to see the bracket, you could just type !bracket in the Twitch chat, so you'll be able to stay up to date with all of the matches that we do have going on today. It is going to be quite a bit longer today between all of these matches. We still do have our winners finals and then grand finals to be looking forward to, so we will see you all in a moment. We'll be right back.
Hello and welcome back to the Splatoon Advanced Circuit. I am Brush. With me on the mic is Skep. How you doing?
Doing fantastic, Brush. Glad to be here for another set with yours truly, and also to be seeing these two lovely teams play, Campfire and 4Beans. I have seen these teams play quite a bit. They are frequent runners through the SOS Great White bracket, so I'm overjoyed to see them playing here in SAC today.
Absolutely. I was gonna hop right into that. I mean, these two teams, Campfire, a team with SOS Great White wins under their belts. I believe 4Beans as well, whether that's under the 4Beans name or other pickups with some of these players. Two really strong teams going into this semi-finals match. Hey, you've been on the mic for tonight or this afternoon longer than me, Skep. What do you think we're gonna see here, judging by how the games have gone so far?
Okay. So, Campfire, they did have Genesis on the K-Pro so far this morning, and then Nico Chico, I know they have been playing Try a lot more recently, but they were playing Blob Deco this morning. We only got to see the Carbon come out for one game, and we also Storm playing Blaster, and I don't know if that's a new thing for them, because, yeah, they normally play V-Splash, and here we are, we do see Storm on the V-Splash. I believe they played this map mode earlier with the Blaster, so an interesting switch from them there.
Opening up, you know, the good old just going for paint here. Storm on the right side is going to look for an opportunity on this right stack. The Mini there, though, going to have to back up. The Carbon Roller now down. That's a huge pick for 4Beans, delaying Campfire from pushing up any farther and getting rid of a main Slayer for Campfire.
Yep, pushing a lot more pressure onto their mid lines in order to be able to work up and defend. We do see that 4Beans has 17 power climbs, and they do have decent control of right stack. We see Dafter sweeping over to that left side, trying to shut down any form of defense Campfire might have over there. They are called out by Storm on the Inkjet, who is trying to get some picks, but they didn't manage to score. However, they did maintain a pretty dominant control, as 4Beans does look like they are trying to situate themselves for a push, having gotten the pick on Storm there on the splash as well.
The Kaido on the right side with that Mini looking for an opportunity, and the barrier is going to be broken there. The Kaido now with the second ball going to find a nice dunk there, and that's 54 ticks remaining for 4Beans here as their push continues. Drafter here on the left side looking to just delay anyone from coming down, and that's going to be the Carbon Roller Genesis, who's stalled, now finally being an opportunity to drop, but the timer has already ticked down 42, and 4Beans with two players left are able to back up and keep their player or the player count much more even than the possible complete white Campfire, doing a good job on that defense.
Which is exactly what they need, right? 4Beans switching quickly from that offense to defense when their advantage has come to a close. Campfire would have had an opportunity for a very quick comeback push had they not fallen back with those two players still standing. They did get the pick on the Carbon Roller, which was what was going to enable their defense even more solidly. We do see those missiles coming out, two sets of missiles coming out from 4Beans and an armor, as they are going to be able to be pushing up with those specials. Campfire forced almost all the way back to their basket, and look how grouped up they are in Freezer. That is a very, very deadly situation for them all to be in. Genesis pushed up into mid with no paint is going to get shut down for that, as 4Beans maintains dominant control of mid.
I talked about how 4Beans kept their player advantage before, or not advantage, sorry, but at least didn't get wiped, and that has allowed them to now get this another push going here. Not going down early on those defenses, that opens up so much space for them to be able to continue a new push later, and that's exactly what we've seen here.
Yeah, they do manage to score that power clam, but they do not follow it up with any other clams. We did see them tossing clams to each other, but those clams did not end up in the right hands when they were needed. But once again, 4Beans does fall back with those two players still alive. The Mini did get picked on their way out, but look, even though they got nearly wiped, they have maintained their half of the map, and they still have plenty of paint to be able to paint up and use for specials. It does look like Campfire is going to be working their way in here, getting two picks. This is Campfire's first major opportunity in this game. 3 down on the side of 4Beans means that Campfire is going to have near complete control of mid and the basket. 2 down on the side of Campfire, though, means that just that Zap Kelp is left alive. It is not a push worth continuing.
They definitely were looking for that paint control down by the basket area, but it did not come, and Campfire went down before they were able to find an opportunity. You know, it's Mako Mart clams, so there's clam spawns everywhere, and it's that map control, as you mentioned there, that is winning games, not exactly control of the clam economy, as we see in a lot of clam blitz maps. But these two teams, I mean, 4B is doing a great job dominating that map control and keeping paint down.
Yeah, and 2 down on the side of Campfire, and 32 clams in the hands of 4Beans. We do see Nakado going in here for another push. They are going to be shut down from a right side flank. 2 members down on the side of 4Beans. It is now just Dafter, and we do see Storm with that power clam in mid, dancing all over the place. Campfire has 4 members up, and look, here they go. This is going to be a push for Campfire. If they can clear 1 shot out from underneath basket and Nikado out from paper towels. Storm does get picked with that power clam. Nico popping that bomb rush, going to be shut down on right stack as well. It is just Genesis over there. It looks like they're trying to find a way in for that power clam, but choosing to ditch it at this moment and jump out.
Yeah, I mean, maybe making me look silly a little bit there. Campfire not able to find an opportunity to open that basket, but ultimately keeping their players alive, though maybe as soon as the blob goes down in mid, and a splash shot coming out, getting a nice 2 more picks. Now it's the K-Machine. He's dominating this game, looking for an opportunity on this ball player on the far right. They're not going to find it, but with now going down to a teammate, 11 ticks remain for 4Beans as they open this basket. Complete domination control out of nowhere for 4Beans, and that's going to be your game.
Yeah, 4B said, we are done with this game right now. We are not giving you another opportunity to push. Y'all are getting too spicy up in here, and just sorry, like, we want this game over. We are tired of Clams Mako shutting that down. I would say Campfire's final attempt at a push could have been very, very clean and could have enabled them to pull lead there, but 4B simply had really strong defense, and then were able to come back in swinging for that KO very quickly.
Absolutely. Campfire doing a great, or 4B, sorry, doing a great job dominating map control that entire game. We touched on it a couple times, but ultimately doing a really good job just keeping paint down in the right spaces, keeping the hot spots their color, and giving them space to push forward. And with that, you know, getting the clams they needed.
As we say that, we will be once again moving over to Splat Zone's Wahoo World, which we didn't see. We saw versus Tempest versus Centinels last game. That did lean in favor of Centinels, but Tempest did come in and clean that up. Campfire had a recent Splat Zone's Wahoo game where it did look like they were going to be locked out, but they, as I mentioned last set, but they came back in swinging below 40 ticks remaining. So I expect this to be a very, very spicy set because these Splat Zone's Wahoo games lately have been very saucy.
Saucy indeed. Wahoo World Splat Zones, a map that we've seen on stream before, and a map that is notorious for just complete domination. I mean, if you can get a strong lockout, it is so hard to get back into the map. We've seen it in our SOSs, we've seen it in our low inks, and so 4Beans here wanting to continue their lead, 1-0, wants to replicate that here.
Indeed, and we will also be seeing what they are going to be bringing to the table. Nico sticking with that blob deco, and it looks like relatively the same comps, except for that E-leader instead of the jet in the hands of One Shot. I believe that that is the Storm leader, so that is going to be very, very dicey in terms of maintaining control of the plat, and Campfire is going to want to keep that leader off of their own plat at all costs.
Armor getting popped along with that ink chip for Campfire. It's going to give them an opportunity here to push up. Though Storm getting caught by Dafter. They're looking for a pick, and it's not going to happen. It's going to leave them the zone not occupied, though. Campfire doing a nice job allocating the resources well and getting back into zone. A good first cap, but no picks on the board yet, really. No picks on the board at all. And neither of these teams have shown domination yet.
That's exactly what you want to see, right? Oh, there it is, the first pick of the game on the K-shot on the side of Campfire. That is going to enable 4Beans to be able to push up here. We do see Dafter putting a lot of pressure on the plat as one member of Campfire does jump out. We can see from the paint control that 4Beans is well positioned here in order to be able to have a very, very solid push. Nico coming in from that left side with the bomb rush, going to very quickly be shut down by that K-Machine as the rest of their teammates are pushing through plat. Campfire is in a very dangerous situation right now. It looks like that plat is completely surrounded. That is a little island of yellow paint as they work their way up into the zone. They might be able to force cap here, but the junior does go down. Dafter on that left glass going to force back Storm as the zone once again maintains control in favor of 4Beans. Ooh, nice shot.
The only thing worse, I think, than getting fully locked out is getting locked out and staggered. And 4Beans has been able to do that so well this game, making sure no matter what specials are popped, they're finding the one pick or they're finding the little bit of paint that's going to keep them in the game. We saw that with the blob going down early on the left side, and we saw it now even with the K-Shot going down. And a dogfight in mid, though ultimately with 2 down in favor of 4Beans, they're going to be able to take that counter down in a nice KO, taking the set 2-0.
It's 2-0. It is now Campfire's turn. Their backs are against the wall. They know that they need to win this next set if they want to keep going forward in the winner's bracket. I would say 4Beans' control in that game was very, very dicey. And unfortunately, Campfire was only able to get 1 pick on the board. It makes you wonder where and how they were struggling that match from their own perspective.
There have been 2 matches this entire tournament that have not been a 3-0 result, or 2-0 in the case of Losers Bracket. That has been Crocs versus Skill Issues in our Losers Bracket round 1, and Raccoon Soup versus Centinels in our Winners round 1. 4Beans here, up 2-0, are on pace to continue this dominating trend this tournament of just complete and utter knockouts. I mean, if these 2 teams can't take it, 2 teams that we see in SOS and Duel all the time, if 4Beans is just going to decide to be awake today, they're going to take this entire tournament.
Yeah, same energy that I was feeling from Tempest, right? The last set versus Sentinels. Extreme dominant control. 4Beans has been making their mark on the mid-level scene, particularly in their SOS runs as of late. I believe they won like 3 SOSs in a row. I might be losing my mind, but I know that I see them in grand finals in SOS like almost every week. And Campfire too, like they're always out in every single SOS, but they usually end up swinging it out and duking it out for that third place, trophy. If there was a record for how many SOSs you've come in third place, like Campfire would have it.
Yeah, I mean, we joke on Twitter about Campfire's allergicness to winning tournaments, but it's not. It speaks nothing, I think, of their skill as a team and their ability to win games. I think it's really just that loser's curse, and they now have to reverse sweep if they want to break it here in Splatoon Advanced Circuit.
Hey man, Campfire, they're a team that is used to playing against pressure, so whether or not we will see that... Ooh! Okay, would you look at that? That is the Kenza L3 in the hands of Genesis. That is not a pick I was expecting.
No, and I think there's gonna be doubters, and there's gonna be a lot of people after this looking at this going, why would you pick that? I mean, talk about loser's curse. I mean, you're asking for it here. So Genesis here with that KL3 really needs to find picks and opportunities and justify such a niche pick as we move into here our game 3 of SAC, Winners Round 2.
I am all in for the niche picks. I am all in for the L3. Oh man, and there it goes. We do see Genesis with the first pick of the game in with that L3 as Campfire. Ooh, and Nikado does get the pick on the Zap that is going to delay this Armor Hammer Inkjet combo on the side of Campfire. But hopefully they'll be able to get that armor as quickly as possible. We do see Genesis coming in with the Hammer Dafter trying to splash down that and shut it out, but Genesis predicts that and gets out of the way and then follows up with a very clean hammer throw on the Zap, showing us firsthand why they picked that L3.
Genesis, as right until I started to talk, the only player with picks this game. I mean, just great dominating gameplay, and as I said, great job justifying the weapon pick, especially when it's so niche. They are now going to go down, though, as Campfire looks to get their first push on the board. The first time they showed domination this set, but now going 2 down, it looks like their push is going to end.
Hey man, but they cleared that first checkpoint, right? With a minute and a half having passed in this game, that is very positively critical. We do see Nico on that plat painting up, trying to maintain some control of mid. Dafter trying to shut down Genesis with that L3 on that left tree. They do manage to get the pick on that L3, which is a primary point of a Campfire slaying pressure. 2 members down on the side of Campfire and 1 down on the side of 4Beans. Both of those remaining members of Campfire are backed up onto Garlic on their plat as Nikado comes sweeping in with that Inkjet. That's going to keep Campfire as far away from tower as 4Beans does work to clear that checkpoint.
After now, doing a great job with this machine, doing a great job controlling space. They're going to find a first pick on that T-Tech. That's going to give them a continued advantage here as the tower gets to the second checkpoint. 50 ticks remaining. That's halfway through this map as Genesis now forced along the back lines, looking for an opportunity. Not quite able to find anything. Specials need to come online for Campfire soon if they want to defend this this third checkpoint. And the blob here with that bomb rush, not able to find a pick. That's going to make it so much more difficult for 4Beans to continue, though, and especially now as this T-Tech goes down, a 4v3 an advantage for 4Beans.
Yeah, and those remaining players are... Oh, look at that! Oh, Chico was very aggressively pushing up. Is going to get shut down by Campfire. 4Beans did clear that second checkpoint, which means that it is going to be a lot of pressure on Campfire for the rest of this game. They know they need to clear that checkpoint on their own as well. We do see Genesis there panning for that hammer, trying to get Special online, trying to give their team room to work with. As that bomb rush and that Inkjet and the armor do come out, putting pressure onto their opponents. Adex Storm is working their way up. There's two members of 4Beans gripped up right there, but the Inkjet lands just before they can finish him off, and then the hammer is cancelled as well.
Yeah, I mean, this game opened with no picks for a good 50 seconds, and then Campfire, or 4Beans ultimately was able to take control and take the first big push. And finally now, Campfire back in this game, looking for an opportunity to get to this third checkpoint, and they are going to be able to find the lead there. 4Beans now 2 down, a 4v2 situation for Campfire, now pushing this tower through the last checkpoint. They're looking at a first game win here, and a KO as we count down this timer. A 2v3 situation. Genesis doing a great job with this hammer, controlling space, but not able to get on the tower here as they are going to go down. A nice wipe in favor of 4Beans and a great push for Campfire.
A fantastic push for Campfire, not just a great one push, clearing that third checkpoint that positively had 4Beans sweating, but like in order to avoid that KO, 4Beans definitely had to put in their work there, just because we all know how snowbally TC Inkblood can be, especially past that second and third checkpoint. 4Beans has all 4 specials online. Those missiles do come out, followed by the armor, now the jet, now the K-Machine is going to use that splashdown for some spicy chip damage whenever it comes time for it. As 4Beans takes that tower, does push it past that first checkpoint where it was before going 1 down. Kelp well positioned to finish off this K-Machine. They do use that splashdown for a moment, but it does look like Campfire is the one right here with the special economy as they do force 2 members of 4Beans to jump out.
Yeah, I mean, a good defensive there from Campfire, but 4Beans is not out of this game by any means. I mean, if they can get through that last checkpoint and get the tower close to the KO, I mean, that's how you win games, duh. But with no more checkpoints really to clear, just that one towards the end, the game is still equalized. But 3 down now in favor of Campfire, and I'm going to take that back. A full wipe, 10 seconds left remaining on top. Campfire really just securing this game as we see them push as far up as they can, just be a nuisance in that opponent's spawn. Storm, they're doing a great job, and 2 seconds left on the timer. That's going to be your game. KL3, justified.
The KL3 indeed coming in clutch. Love to see it. Very different weapon from Genesis from what we've been seeing so far this morning from her. She did play the K-Pro and the Carbon earlier so far, but that is the first time that I've actually ever seen them play L3 in any tournament. So a very surprised niche pick, and they were able to exploit that for what it was worth and use that weapon within their comp to fulfill a need that obviously had to be met in order to take the victory there as we move forward to Rainmaker Snapper Canal.
I mean, I'm looking here at the prediction, and Campfire actually was up 60% to 40%. And that's a significant thing, especially when you consider, I mean, 4Beans was your number 1 seed here, Campfire, your number 4. Campfire, I mean, these two teams obviously very competitive. We've said it over and over again. The set one's difference between these two teams throughout the SAC season moving up to here was only 3 games. Campfire with 23 wins, 4Beans with 26. And clearly there's an overwhelming feeling that difference isn't going to make the difference in actual gameplay, that when you sit down to play the game, the difference is your planning, the difference is your game sense, and the difference is how you woke up that morning. Campfire crawling back and getting back in the game, especially mentally, maybe that seed of doubt planted as 4Beans was up the set 2-0.
And I think a little bit of that public perception might be that Campfire was already on stream this morning and did take that set versus Crocs in a clean 3-0 versus is yet to be seen by our lovely viewers in chat so far today. But yeah, as you mentioned, both of these teams are frequent runners, frequent competitors, even against each other. yeah, to shout out SOS once again. Like, if you want to see these two teams, man, they play at SOS almost every Wednesday. So, in terms of how often these two teams come to the table and duke it out, I don't think going off of their past records is any justification. Like you said, it is simply how they woke up this morning and how they're feeling right here and right now.
Absolutely. I do want to take a look, though. I mean, at these two past teams' SAC runs, 4Beans is a team that has more podiums. I mean, they got first place once and 2 second place runs in SAC tournaments leading up to this. The farthest Campfire ever got was a 3rd place, followed by a 5th. So as we move to this last game, Campfire certainly in an uphill battle in that mental, though finally getting their first win on the board as the KL3 comes out once again, wanting to stick with what works.
It works, right? Don't fix it if it ain't broken. We do see missiles coming out from both sides. The machine is the first to go down on the side of 4Beans. They are going to have to get this Rainmaker to start moving. A 2 down on the side of 4Beans as that Rainmaker is picked up in favor of Campfire, and they are going to be shifting left with that. Genesis and Kelp getting as much paint down as possible, and look how fast Nico was going, getting all the way down right underneath window. They still do have 3 members up, so they might be able to cheese this a little bit further. That hammer coming out, ooh, very, very clean shot from Nakano there on the defense in the middle of that hammer inkjet duel.
A 4v3 now. 4Beans is going to be able to push back out of their spawn as the Rainmaker resets. 2 specials ready for them. The missiles now online. That splashdown ready to go. And now going into another engine on the opponent's side, I think that T-Tech popped theirs. We are in a dogfight in mid. Dafter, though, possibly DCing, and there you go. I'm not sure about the DC rules here.
I believe it's under 30 or 2 minutes having passed. So, and I don't know if, 4Beans is chilling, so they are waiting for that KO. So, I believe we are getting a replay for that match. I saw Dafter just, like, swimming, but, like, stuck in time, and I was like, uh-oh.
Yeah, I mean... Hey, if that openings to go is anything to go off of, Campfire are the ones who are looking to take this set. I mean, a good first push, good aggression, and a good first pick. You know, we've seen the last 3 games, all 3 of them, the picks took forever to come out. The neutral in mid in that opening was so drawn out, and Campfire put an end to that trend here. A beautiful pick on that Kenza machine within the first 20 seconds of the matches, grabbing that Rainmaker as fast as they could and shoving it down their opponent's throat.
Yeah, but you have to wonder whether or not 4Beans will be expecting that this time, right? Because obviously, well, it's difficult to tell from a commentator's perspective how people choose to split out mid-game. Like, we can see a bit, but, you know, obviously if you're immersed in the game, you're going to be paying more attention. Hey, there's 2 on left, there's 1 on right, and there's 1 in mid. So how you change up that opening on the side of 4Beans in order to be able to anticipate whatever tomfoolery Campfire is bringing out, you know, how they choose to address that. You might end up with one of those, like, replay moments, you know, where things end up changing rather significantly.
Absolutely. I mean, we talk about the mental, and Campfire finally getting a little bit of momentum and getting a little bit of confidence. But after that, I mean, you basically just got told, hey, all the energy you had, get rid of it. You know, like, we're stopping you dead in your tracks because of a game error, and that sucks for you, but hey, now we're 4Beans and we're going to win this set. Campfire, I mean, continuing to be on the back foot in this mental, not finding an opportunity to pull ahead and you know, win in that regard.
And while we do wait for a moment for Dafter to rejoin the lobby, it shouldn't be too much longer. Brush, like, what are you thinking of the set so far?
I want to go back to how the comment I made about the tournament so far. We really have only seen domination from one of these, from a team in a bracket. The closest we've gotten is 1 game off of your opponent, whether that's in a 2-1 or a 3-1 fashion. Campfire wants to end that trend, obviously. They want to be able to win this set. And to do that, they need to reverse sweep. We said it before, I'm going to say it again, though. And that is not an easy task. I mean, we have this commentator's... I don't want to say luck, but a gift here to be able to sit up here in the booth and be like, haha, you got a reverse sweep now, good luck, and not really comprehending the energy and the mental that takes to be able to do it. And Rainmaker Snapper Canal now for the second time, Campfire still fighting that mental.
Yeah, it's easy to say, like, hey, you guys just have to reverse sweep, but not every team can just clutch up, that requires a certain amount of trust, a certain amount of energy, in order to be able to pull that off. And we do see that Campfire did get the pop, if I saw that correctly. Those missiles are going to come out flying. This is a repeat of what we saw initially in terms of where everyone is positioned. 4Beans did follow up with missiles of their own, but Campfire is now popping that armor as well as that. Oh, the hammer is going to be canceled by Dafter on that hill.
A nice read by Dafter with that splashdown, often memed upon, but hey, there you go. That's a splashdown working to do its job. But with the zap now down, an advantage goes to Campfire as they look to take their first push. A minute into the game, picks are finally falling, and now history wants to repeat itself as they take the Rainmaker, though this time opting to go straight downstream.
And look at Kelp dancing and weaving. Last time it was Nico who picked up the Maker, getting that down to 43 remaining. There are 2 members up on the side of Campfire. Genesis is bringing that hammer in, though, refusing to give this push up quite yet. They are going to spin around and are going to get punished for that as 4Beans does work up and try to maintain control of their own street. Chica picking up that Rainmaker and is going to swing it towards Hill for a counter push of their own.
Yeah, a good defensive there by 4Beans, but Campfire with points on the board now, they're looking at a much stronger position. Defense on Rainmaker is so much easier than trying to push the Rainmaker, especially when you're looking at street pushes. 43, a very solid point value for Snapper Canal.
Indeed it is, but all you need to do if you're 4Beans is get that Rainmaker up window to get it to 33 remaining, and bam, there you are, you've secured lead. But we do see that Campfire is coming out with those specials. That Inkjet does come flying. The Rainmaker with a turret on their back now has to duck and weave in order to stay alive here. Storm trying to get a pick underneath their own feet, but they aren't going to be able to. The Storm's landing was camped on window as well as Kelp trades out. That Rainmaker is heading for window with Nico Chico the only member left standing, but they are going to be shut down from Dafter, who is maintaining excellent control of window here as the T-Tech Storm jumps down, does get the pick, and does get the pop. Campfire has a little bit of time to breathe just for the moment.
There you go. 43 point value for push for Campfire. It has now been defended once in this game. We're looking at 2 minutes and 40 seconds left. So that's enough time for either of these two teams to get a much more dominative push. But, they have to get their aim, they have to get their specials online. And 4Beans is looking to make that move first.
Yeah, especially with 3 specials online, and we do see that armor coming up very quickly. Genesis stuck in a little bit of ink in mid as a, would you look at that splashdown cancel, getting a little bit of revenge on Dafter with that hammer before perishing to that Ray. One shot, an up near their Slick, just keeping pain down in street, so Campfire could not pull anything cheeky in that direction again. Look at where One Shot is applying Pake, though. They're applying it on that, the choke through to go to left hill, as well as where their street. So Campfire is going to have to take the time to paint that up whenever they do choose to push. It is 4Beans, though, with 3 specials online, well prepared for a defense here.
Just a nice neutral game. We're looking back at the beginning, but now that there are points on the board, that neutral favors the winning team. So Campfire here feeling totally fine to be stuck in mid. A 3v3 situation now, as we're going to see a push up by Genesis, not quite able to find the pick on Chica, but opting to back out and stay alive. That's going to keep this neutral going. That's going to keep this dogfight in mid. If neither of these two teams can pick up the Rainmaker for another minute and 30 seconds, Campfire is back in this set.
Indeed it would. We might be going over to a game 5 situation, but we do see specials coming out very aggressively on the side of 4Beans as they pick up that Rainmaker, and they are going to be shifting towards that hill. Genesis getting a very good wall placement in order to keep that Rainmaker from growing across cut and forcing a very cheeky lead swap there. Dafter working their way up onto their opponents. Like, look how much pressure 4Beans is applying onto the members of Campfire. That splashdown coming out. A Storm is going to fall down to that splashdown as they were trying to cancel it. Nico popping those missiles as Chica works their way up that right side. Campfire is well positioned to defend here, but they just have to do it. Nico is going to go down to that Rainmaker blast, though, as Kelp and Storm is on window there in order trying to defend this. But there it is. There's the lead in favor of 4Beans as they work their way up their window and strafe their way up to the pedestal, taking game 4 in a 3-1 scenario, moving their way on to winners finals.
Some beautiful dancing by the Rainmaker there, and that's going to give them the win. And the win in this set, putting them in the winners finals, as you just said. I mean, 3-1. That's our set here. Every game this tournament has been so decisive by the winning team. Campfire in that game to last second, but not able to hold their shy lead. And that's ultimately going to get the best of them. 4 Beans winning the set 3-1 and moving them on to winners finals.
It was regardless a very even and very spicy set. Both teams definitely had their moments. I would say the only game that was excessively decisive was Flat Zone's Wahoo. The rest of them were pretty even, especially this Rainmaker Snapper game. Just that final play from Dafter with the Rainmakers showing their agility and working their way up. It was a joy to watch, genuinely. Thank you, Brush, for being with me here on this my last set of the day, and I wish you luck moving forward, commentating down the rest of SAC. Yeah, thank you for having me.
Of course. Thanks for coming out here, Skep. Hey, where can people find you?
Oh, thank you. My name is Commentators, for those of you who haven't caught on to that quite yet. And you can find me on Twitter and Twitch at Skepadillions. You could just type !Mike and you'll see how that's spelled. But
Winter finals on the way soon. Don't go anywhere. Grab your popcorn. We'll be right back.
Stay fresh.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to SAC's Finals, Season number 4. I am Popgun, joined on the mic by Brush, and we are just tickled to death here be giving you guys winners finals. I kind of fumbled farting that out of my mouth, but we got it there, Brush.
Yeah, I mean, you told me last time we were on mic together that it's a hearty. It comes from deep within. And I guess maybe that bypasses the brain and the actual words that come out.
Okay, listen, I just got done hanging out with my in-laws, so that's why we're in wind down mode right now by commentating this. Hey, for Beans, you guys just saw them win. They are taking on Tempest. Now, for Beans is the number 1 seed, Tempest number 2. There's a little bit to take into mind here. Tempest is the number 2 seed because they literally skipped tournament number 4. They didn't play in tournament 4 at all because there was no need for them to do so. So far, if you just look at not including the 2 wins they got today, their record in SAC this season, 23 wins, only 2 losses. Now, the 2 teams that beat Tempest, one of them's already completely eliminated from the tournament, Raccoon Soup. The other one is 4 Beans.
Yeah, and I think it's fun that you mentioned Raccoon Soup. They're another team that skipped a tournament. They skipped SAC number 1, and they still were here in this grand final. Or not in the grand final. They were still in this finals tournament, but somehow getting eliminated really early, getting 2 upset losses. But now it's 4 Beans that is able to be. Sorry, now it's 4 Beans that is taking on the Goliath that is Tempest in this grand finals. And we're going to start that off for you on Splat Zone's The Reef.
And keep in mind, I guess we'll reference this a little bit later, but we are now in counter pick mode for this set. When we go back to losers, we'll go back to the map list. It kind of bounces back and forth here, but so far, we can at least keep in mind that there will be counter picks going forward, which means winning game 1 is infinitely important. And no surprise, one shot, the player who haunts my nightmares as a Hydra player is busting out the E-Leader here. Scoped E-Leader at that with main power up. Going to be a ton of range on that. But there's a lot of mobility on the side of Tempest. It's going to have to try to dodge those shots.
4 Beans opting to run that E-Leader scope with a mini, a comp they're not disfamiliar to, but a comp that we don't see too often. One shot going down really early to a nice push up by the Splash-O-Matic. That's going to give Tempest a huge opportunity to take a lead here as another one falls. And that finally a nice pick for the side of 4 Beans, but I mean clearly in disadvantage now as zone falls. Tempest taking first lead.
Tempest is 6-0 so far today. They've been patiently waiting for this set to get started. You think they're you think they're ready to go? You think they're ready to start taking some punches here? Coming around that right side, canceling a splash down, and don't have control of zone right yet, but they have a lot of map space across the entire map. That's going to pay dividends down the road.
Finally, penalty points applied, but not before Tempest is able to get the zone again, and now going back down, counting the timer down. They're at 85 and counting here. I mean, good back and forth gameplay picks, really even in this set so far, but it is Tempest ultimately who's able to take the cap here and continue their lead. 4 Beans struggling to get back in a 3v3 situation.
I want to see one shot be able to push up, and I know they want to do that too. Not like into the enemy base, but at least get up on that bridge. But right now the bridge is in complete control of Tempest as well as the rest of the map. The jump out there. So yeah, this is going to turn purple very quickly, and you're going to see a lot of points go up on the board here for Tempest, just because they got a lot of specials to extend this push a little bit longer.
Yeah, one of the last things you want to see when you're sitting here in the commentator's booth is just back and forth gameplay. Not much exciting happening, but finally Tempest able to make a move and take the lead. 50 ticks are remaining for them, and with 3 specials online for the side of 4 Beans, this aggressive gameplay might be coming to an end soon as 4 Beans looks to take back the zone. But, I mean, great stuff so far in this game, a good neutral, but for Tempest clearly taking a nice opportunity and taking a huge lead.
Yeah, Tempest, playing that very smartly. They didn't go in and get splatted. Instead, they recognized when they were losing control and backed up. And now we see Chicharron able to start popping off and get a nice triple right there. Inri being the last player left alive, forced to back up. But still, damage done. 27 points remaining as we're crossing the halfway point here. And again, Inri staying alive means they're not going to have an opportunity for Beans, that is, to kind of push up and get that map control and get that E-leader in position they want to get that E-leader in, just because Tempest is not surrendering space even when they surrender the zone.
Yeah, and not surrendering space is treating them well. That allows Red Shell to get back in the zone here, and with that hammer, even if it's not for a pick, to just take paint and take space. You know, you don't want to run out of hammer. You want to back up and play smartly, as has been a trend in this entire tournament so far, but especially in this game. Taking or letting your opponent take space and backing up for range is giving these teams wins.
About a minute. Oh, that's a wipe on the side. So finally, here's your first chance. And look, that's what I'm talking about. Get one shot up there on that bridge and let them to just abuse the range that they got here. Scoped with main power up, you got a ton of range. And this is the first time one shot's finally going to be in a situation to abuse it here. Can they keep one shot safe though, so the rest of the players can start cooking?
This is our first taste, really, of one shot being able to pop off, but clearly, Henry there with that inkjet not letting them pop off for long and taking him down early. Tempest now getting a nice good cap of the zone. That's going to apply some penalty points to 4Beans in a 3v3 situation. Missiles online for 4Beans. That's going to force Tempest a little bit around, but they're not afraid as they're going to push right through Henry with a nice second pick there on the mini. Now looking for a third one on that K-Machine there, and even though cap is neutral, just a nice another dogfight, and with a minute left, the dogfight favors the winning team. We've talked about that before today, and it is Tempest who's in the lead.
The problem with the scoped E-leader is that when you're locked in on that scope for so long, you're kind of tunnel vision on what you can see, and you don't see the inkjet blasting you from the side there. And by the way, Henry with 14 or 12 KA already, kind of leading the pack for everybody. That Nautilus is eating 4Beans alive right now, and they don't really have an answer for it.
Yeah, and an answer is what they need here soon. I mean, Tempest capping this zone once again with 20 seconds remaining. They're keeping their pressure up. It's something that we're going to see throughout this entire tournament. But if you can keep aggression, if you can hold space when you need to and not go down, playing smartly, as you said way earlier, that's winning games. With 10 seconds left, Fresh Shell with a funny little position there. Tempest looks to take this first game, but not before zone is neutral. Looking for a cap, and they're not going to find it. Tempest winning game one.
Well, they probably should have capped it. They had a little bit of the man advantage there. They had one zone. I think they were just going for picks instead of just trying to capture that backside zone right there. But still, game one, and again, counter picks. Game one, so critical, because now you essentially have home field advantage. Just win on your picks, and you'll win the set. But these two teams very familiar with each other. I talked about how 4Beans has taken a set off of Tempest back in the best of 3 Swiss stage, I believe, of tournament number 3. But Tempest has beaten them in the grand finals 3-2. So I believe a couple of times, actually. I think they beat them in tournament number 1 in grand finals as well. So these two teams are very familiar with each other in the counterpick stage of the tournament. So if you're 4Beans, you know what should work against these guys and favor you more so than anything. Of course, you're going to have to pick a map that's going to highlight the fact that you are using an anchor and they are not. And you have to highlight a map that's going to allow your one shot to get into safer positions to get established. Because that was the key. If you're going to use an anchor, but you very rarely are allowed to get up on that bridge or get into a right spot to abuse your range, you're playing at a bit of a disadvantage, especially in the meta that we're in right now.
Absolutely. That's exactly where I was going to go with that. I mean, I don't know if it's your backline senses tingling pop gun as a Hydra player. But the higher level we go, it seems like the less backlines we see. And I personally don't think it's because backlines are inherently unviable, but it requires so much more coordination and so much more opportunity hunting. It's not that you need to be going after every pick you can find, but it's about finding the one that is going to give you an opportunity to take space and take advantage, and that's what's going to win your game. And if you have a backline, that becomes so much more important as you can't rush in as frequently.
Well, the higher up the competitive ladder you go, the more missiles and armor spam you come across. So that makes playing Charger extremely unfun in general. But it does look like we do have one player subbing in and out for the side of 4Beans. Lex coming in. I didn't quite catch who went out there. Chicha one shot, and Dafter still in here. I mean, they are going with tower control and shoving games. Makes a little bit of sense. Probably a good map. Again, if you want to do a Charger, if you want to stick with that E-leader, you can use it here. But if I'm Enri and I did extremely well in that last game with Nautilus, I'm probably saying thank you. I am more than happy to use Nautilus on this map and mode, especially when I can abuse Inkjet on those along those fan walls there. So I don't think we're going to see too much change coming out from the side of Tempest. The comp they used last time is going to work out really, really well here as well.
Yeah, talk about knowing your opponent though, and knowing what there's a step behind that. I think that gets overlooked a lot, especially in lower level gameplay, and is a big stepping stone into mid level. Is that understanding what you want to do before you're sitting there on the map selection screen. We're looking at a counter pick format, which allows you to pick map modes that are going to benefit your team. So it is so vital that you yourself as players understand what's going to benefit you. You know, we've talked about picking something for that E-leader. It is vital here that they understand what Lex is going to play, the sub they're adding in, to allow them to get an advantage.
Yeah, and again, it I hate to be a broken record, but it does. When you have people that can sub out and you can opt to take that anchor player out and you're opting to keep them in, you have to build everything around that player. Otherwise, why are you playing with a charger when you could just do the quad shooter kind of thing? So that's clearly the mindset they're going with here. And, to their credit, Tempest didn't use any missiles last game, which was kind of refreshing, honestly. Just armor, inkjet, and hammer. With I think like bomb rush as well coming out from a Splash-O-Matic. This time coming around with a K-Gal and not really like a off. Well, I mean, not the charger we're expecting, but you're still got a little bit of an anchor there. But this time it's ray spam as opposed to missile spam that we usually see out of the V-Jet.
But there is missiles on both sides. We're facing that Slosher versus the Octobrush, and that means that getting opportunities becomes much more difficult. When you have that missiles, even when you're using it defensively, you can spread your opponents and take opportunity.
Good work over there, taking a 2v1 on Enri, and that's going to be key for 4Beans. They want to win this one. They need to kill that Nautilus early and often. And to shutting down a little bit of those flanks now. Now, the tower's moving way by itself, but you see the movement by 4Beans now getting into position and starting to eat up those other players. Tempest doesn't have a splat yet.
Yeah, and with the first checkpoint down, that 4Beans is on the front hand. They are looking to take an opportunity and looking to push up. Missiles on, Booyah Bomb online, along with that Stingray. Missiles are getting charged up by that Slosher on the backside. Booyah forcing the players of Tempest around. That now they're looking at a second checkpoint as 49 ticks remain. Missiles finally coming out. That's a huge advantage for 4Beans, but they're forced out by that Inkjet. Enri, a clutch Inkjet there, even without a pick, taking space and taking opportunity.
Yeah, Red Shell finally got a pick around that top side, and it works out into a trade. Now they're starting to fall as there's a wipe by 4Beans, and so there you go. Tempest able to save that checkpoint. That is huge, because this was looking very scary. And here's where Red Shell is really going to start to shine. Red Shell is a very crafty beacon user, but beacons are not as effective when you're constantly on the back foot. Now you can let Red Shell push up, start putting those beacons in some cheeky spots, and now you got the offense going for Tempest.
Nice jumping around there by Red Shell, as you called out. And Inkjet coming out for Enri there. A great player on that defense. But they're not going to find a pick quite yet. But they're opening the opportunity for Drifty to find a pick on Dapter there. Going down now. A 3v2 advantage for Tempest as they're looking to take the second checkpoint. And they are going to be able to find the lead with Ray coming out stalling. Red Shell putting those beacons down as you called out. That's going to allow them an opportunity to push back in more easily, especially if they're looking for more opportunities to place those beacons.
Yeah, getting across that checkpoint is very critical. Getting lead, who cares at this point? But getting across that checkpoint is so massive right here. They can find a way to get across the second one. I don't think they have the bodies to do it just yet. Dafter staying alive, chasing Red Shell out. But Red Shell didn't jump back to spawn. Red Shell just jumped to their beacons. That's why I said so crafty with those beacons. They're not going anywhere. Finally forced to retreat. But still, when they can push up and they push those beacons down, it just kind of distracts your attention. Okay, do we go for the splat? Do we kill the beacon? Do we shut down the brush? There's so many different things you got to worry about for 4Beans, and that might have cost them the lead during that push.
But Red Shell now down. Those comms are getting less jumbled as we speak. 4 Beans finding opportunities to move forward and take space as Lex pops this Booyah, looking for an opportunity in that snipe, trying to find a pick mode with one shot going down on that C-Jet. Now they're no longer in such a big advantage. A 3v3 on the field. A Booyah bomb getting popped on the side of Tempest. That's forced their place around him. Red Shell on that flank, not able to find a pick, but they are going to be able to tap tower, toss down a beacon, and now take space. A 3v4 advantage for 4 Beans. However, a pushed dead in the water.
Nice kind of pincer situation right there, throwing the Booyah at the tower with your brush attacking from the backside. If you're 4 Beans, you might not have been expecting the brush to come from that fan area, considering you had the rest of the plat kind of locked down right there. But look how blue the map is right now. Yeah, if you're 4 Beans, you're losing, you don't have man advantage, but as long as you got map control, which they won't have for much longer, you're still going to be in this one.
Yeah, we talked about that on stream before, of map control being the deciding factor in so many of these games. And as Red Shell pushing up, finding a nice pick, another side quest to them here is going to be putting paint down as they push all the way forward, and as they go for these splats, finding a nice pick on one shot, they are putting paint down, holding window, holding space, and Tempest now looking for a second pushing, looking to take an even farther lead and maybe even a KO.
Yeah, they're looking at a good opportunity to get a 2 checkpoint lead here. With only 45 seconds remaining would be pretty damning for the side of 4 Beans. They're in a good position now. They're spawning back in. They're attacking the tower, and they will save this checkpoint, but still, only 35 seconds remaining. You got to clear a checkpoint in half. You got to clean up all of these beacons, which it looks like they're able to take care of that one, but who knows where the other ones are kind of located. Yeah, there's still more right below that right side, and look who jumped right in there. Red Shell. You can it's just constantly playing whack-a-mole with those beacons.
Yeah, and whack-a-mole is hard. I mean, Red Shell doing a great job just taking space and putting down more beacons. I mean, making us look so good here in the commentators booth. Henry looking for any opportunity with 5 seconds left. 4 Beans has to get on the tower and start a push, which maybe they'll be able to do here in a 3v2 situation. But now going 3 down out of nowhere is just Dapter, and they're not going to get on the tower in time.
Won the fight, but just stayed off the tower a little bit too long. I mean, they had to do a lot more than just win that fight and get in power to find a way to get past that. But still, that was, again, kind of the key there was those beacons. When you're on the back foot, your beacons are essentially worthless because you can't put them up and push them into the right spots that you want to be in. But when you finally get the wipe and your brush can just run up and start putting those beacons, and you're just constantly trying to focus on so many different things and stop the tower and control your own space and keep the lead and control these players that are flanking around behind you. It's just too much to keep track of. So yeah, game 2 going into favor of Tempest, who is now 8-0.
Yeah, and 8-0, and a bracket, an entire tournament that has had decisive sets. I mean, this one looking at a 3-0 now, Tempest trying to clear this thing early, and the only counterplay any team has gotten is 1 game off of the winner. So Tempest looking to continue that trend and continue their undefeated record, as they look to just sit in grand finals and let some loser bracket chump come up and lose themselves.
And again, this counter pick's going to have to be pretty critical. But again, your 4 Beans, you can sub players out. It was, I believe it was Nikita who came out earlier to come back in for Lex. So, you don't just have to change the map. You can change the roster, the lineup to whatever you feel like is going to be best to give you the best opportunity to win here. In all the matches these two teams played against each other, it went to a final game with the score tied. No team has ever swept the other, at least in the SAC standings, unless they was a 3-0 in a Swiss round that I couldn't find. All the games that actually mattered went to a final game 7. Or a game 5 or something like that. So this would be a statement 3-0 if Tempest can pull this one out here. And they're going with splat zones at Wahoo World. Okay, this makes a lot more sense. That E-Leader, I would be surprised the E-Leader did not come back out here.
Yeah, but a map mode combo pop gun that we're not a common one is the word I'm looking for. And quite a damning one, especially when we're looking at sets being won. I mean, we saw this in Low Wink not too long ago, and just complete domination from the winner's side. And we were looking at a different thing. In this case, thankfully, it is the team with the backline counterpicking it. But Tempest, I think just as easily can come into this game swinging and get a nice lockout.
Yeah, and I mean, regardless of what map you kind of pick, at some point, Tempest is proven to be a little bit better, just a better overall team up to this point in the tournament. And of course, you could say that across the entire scope of the season. Yeah, again, Four Beans is the number 1 seed, Tempest is number 2. That doesn't really matter. It doesn't mean anything. You don't start off a game with a 5-point lead just because you're the higher seed than the other team. None of that matters once the set actually starts. But yeah, I like this pick for sure for Four Beans. I think it makes a lot of sense. Absolutely.
And we're going to get going here. I mean, One Shot, if they are not on this E-Leader scope, I think something has gone horribly wrong. It's up to Tempest, though, to prove that they can fight an E-Leader on their home turf, and that's exactly what One Shot has pulled out here. A tent coming out from Tempest to try to fight that E-Leader.
Yeah, they still get the beacons, not from Red Shell, but this time from the vanilla tent from Drift T. Missile's coming out as well. Missile's going to do a good job of being a harassment to that E-Layer, who's just going to set up shop on that plat and try to get as cozy as they can while the rest of 14 swarms in.
Yeah, talk about weapons that feel comfortable on a certain map mode. Wahoo World, a friend to backlines everywhere, and a friend to tent mains. And they are set up in mid, doing such a great job controlling space and controlling everything, not letting anyone enter through that right side glass after looking for an opportunity to do just that. But they're going to be facing quite literally a tent wall, and that's going to make it so difficult for them. Missiles coming online along with the Booyah and Storm to try to overcome this zone.
Yeah, if I'm Four Beans, I want to find where that tent player is, and I want to put Dafter right on them. I want to try to arc the shots over that tent shield and try to just eliminate that tent from the game. And right now, it's pretty easy to do when you're in a 1v4 situation. That tent wasn't going to survive too long. But that's a delayed wipe, so now you start cleaning up those beacons. You get into positions that you want to be in here. You could find a way to get a KO on this one push.
And that's exactly what Four Beans is looking for here as specials start getting readied up for Tempest. Missiles getting popped along with that armor. Now just the hammer to take space as lead falls to Four Beans. Zone finally neutraled here as 2 players go down for Four Beans. Tempest doing a great job capping the zone as One Shot is first all the way out. And Lex surviving in their opponent's area, going down though and getting a nice trade with it. A 2v3 situation. Tempest not going to be able to hold this zone for long.
Yeah, it was a good job by Tempest to wait for their specials to go in with the armor and the missiles that are going to chase them out of the zone so they can pop it right here. Four Beans not doing the same thing. They threw their rain early and didn't really accomplish anything with it, but they're able to get some splats thanks to a little bit of overextending by some Tempest players. So they'll lose lead, but they'll get the zone right back here. Not with special usage, but just by winning straight up fights.
Yeah, and winning fights is exactly what they need here. I mean, they're doing such a great job controlling space and backing up, for Beans that is. But Tempest is not afraid. They're pushing through, they're persevering, and with a tent shield, I mean, it's so hard to find any opportunities. Hammer coming online for Red Shell, and that tent shield doing a great job controlling space.
Yeah, and 2 more players going down from Tempest. This will be lead into Four Beans' favor, and they do have the man advantage again. And there's not 33 points is going to melt away very quickly right here. Again, another opportunity to get KO as Red Shell goes down again. They do have missiles to work with. That's going to chase some players out of zone, but I don't know if they have enough bodies to kind of go in and cap it, especially with only 10 seconds here. Here comes the missiles, but the Booyah Bomb is ready to be countered. Thrown directly on zone. That's going to chase away the tent player, who isn't going to get those bubbles off in time. And all the green paint they threw at the zone, not enough to counteract that Booyah Bomb and the ink mines that the E-Leader put down there. Nice counter pick, and it worked for Four Beans. Now they just got to survive 2 counter picks from Tempest if they want to win this one. 8 KA.
I had Drifty with the tent moving into zone and finding an opportunity there on the tip of my tongue, ready to come out. But clearly, I mean, Four Beans did not give that an opportunity. But hey, now counter picks back thrown over to the first time this set to Tempest, and they have an opportunity to pick one map that doesn't give One Shot an opportunity, and clearly One Shot didn't get the lobby. As I say that, they didn't want to play with anything.
I'm about to say, this is the advantage of having a good roster or a deep roster is that hey, let's pick a map that's going to force that E-leader to go away because that E-leader lit us up that last game. So now we're going with Clam Blitz at Piranha Pit, and you didn't see it, but we did. One shot instantly ran out of the lobby. Smart pick by Tempest. They can't do splat zones anyways. They can't do tower control because they just won on them. I believe this is the same rules as Low Ink. You can't win them. You can't pick a map you got to go to. So you can only do Rainmaker or Clam Blitz. Let's go with Clam Blitz because Chargers typically don't have a fun time there. So nice, smart pick by Tempest. Let's nerf their roster a little bit and make them do a mode they don't want to do with the lineup they want to have in there.
That said, it's the first time we've seen 4Beans without One Shot playing this tournament. Or at least on stream, sorry.
Right.
Without a backline, you said definitely nerfing their roster, but also letting them play in a new play style. It's a trade-off. You're getting rid of their backline who's been, as you said, lighting you up this past match, but you're giving them an opportunity to throw a twist on you and play more aggressively, play more quickly. And maybe if Tempest isn't ready for that, that can bite them on their own counter pick.
Yeah, it's not to say that they're, nerfing their roster, maybe not so much because everybody on 4Beans is really good at the video game, but it's definitely not the play style they want to play. They kept picking stuff that was allowing them to have that anchor position in. But even if 4Beans were to win this one, I feel like they're just going to pick Clam Blitz again. I don't think they want them, unless they get absolutely steamrolled here. They might say, you know what, bring that Charger player back. We want to roll with that somehow. But yes, it's not like their roster is going to be bad. It's just not the roster they clearly want in right now.
Right, and we're going to get going here into Clam Blitz Piranha Pit. 4Beans needs to justify getting rid of One Shot here. It's a map mode that backlines maybe don't have the most fun with, but you can play your C-Jet, you can play your V-Jet, and you can make things work. And that's a weapon that One Shot has run this set. So opting to sit One Shot here, they have to make something happen, and they're going to pull out a foil squeezer. Tempest is going to pull out a foil squeezer.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking the same thing. I was looking at 4Beans comp to see what they were going to do here. I guess no real surprises. Not the crazy amount of paint that they have, but I guess the other team with a squeezer, I guess the paint's somewhat equal across both teams just because this map is so paint heavy. There's so much that you can put down and a lot of space to build up specials as well. Which you want to be able to control a lot of map if you want to gather up the clams that you need to end this game in one push, which we see happen so often on this map.
Yeah, and one push is looking to get started. The barrier broken by 4Beans as they get a 3-down opportunity. 50 ticks already remaining, only a minute into this game. Finally, one is able to go down, but Nikaido, with that inkjet, finding a nice pick of their own. A 3v2 situation, make that a 2v2, though. And now, finally, it looks like the push might end, but 26 points on the basket, and one jumping out of useless. A great opportunity for Tempest, or a great opportunity for Beans was able to capitalize and taking the first points in this game.
Okay, if this was any other map, I would be impressed. But with 4 minutes left to go, and you didn't get the K off that one push, if I'm 4Beans, I should not be excited to have this lead right now. And if I'm Tempest, I really shouldn't care. Because we've seen this script get flipped so many times on this map. And look, 2 players down and a lot of map control and a lot of clams built up by Tempest. This lead might fall very quickly.
Before being forced to back check a little bit to hold this basket, Lex kind of stranded in mid with this 52 gal, looking for an opportunity back in as respawns come towards their basket. 50 points remaining. We called that out last time, and with 4 clams already ready to go in a 2-down situation in their favor, Red Shell is able to toss a couple more in, keep the aggression moving, and Tempest is steamrolling towards a lead here with 10 more clams already ready to get thrown in. That would be a huge lead and a win.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. I mean, again, I mean, we've seen this story so many times on this map. It's almost like if you don't KO your opponent on your first push, you will lose instantly. And that's why I said Tempest doesn't really care because as long as the game's still going on this map, you're in a good position to win. Smart counter pick there by Tempest. Good wherewithal to kind of withstand that opening push and bounce back there. And I'm starting to think. I'm starting to question. Is that a good Clan Blitz map? Honestly, like, is it good or bad? I don't know if what we see there is it's entertaining. I don't really know if that means it's good, but regardless, Tempest, hey, they did lose one game. They have lost one singular game in this tournament. But they are now 9-1 and comfortably in grand finals, looking to take home that big prize of being the champion of the whole season.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about them choosing to change their roster and pulling one shot out for that map mode. And look, when they had the aggression, when they had the upper hand, they pushed in and they took the opportunity. But I mean, you were so nonchalant. You're just like, Tempest here, gonna walk back in and take the W. 4Beans is not ready to defend when they don't have that long range anchor to jump back to, and it showed.
Yeah, you know, the advantage of having an anchor player in any kind of position is that you're a little bit more solidified on the defensive end, right? And like me personally, I'm fine playing Hydra on Clan Blitz Pit. I love playing it there because you can switch between being aggressive and switch back to being defensive to kind of stop those bleeding, those massive wounds that kind of come off of those pushes there. But again, like a Hydra is completely different from a Charger. But like you said, you could do a Jet there if you wanted. But again, it comes down to the counter pick. It comes down to just knowing how to play that map, and at the end of the day, Tempest was just better on that map and mode. I think this will be. No, I'm not commentating Grand Finals, so I'm at liberty to say whatever I want. I think this will be the rematch in Grand Finals, and 4Beans has shown in the past to be capable of beating them in any kind of scenario. But Tempest looks a little too strong today. They're on something today.
Absolutely. We're going to hand the mics over here in a moment, just like you said, Pop Gun. But let's bring this thing home. Where can people find you?
You can find me about to take a bath, actually. I think I've had enough for today in that one set right there. Or Twitter, Mr._PopGun, if you care about that. Brush, where can people find you?
Yeah, you can find me on Twitter at BrushStrokesSPL. I think plugging the lead chess is a low level secret. Alrighty, we're gonna hand the mics over here in a moment. You'll be joined to watch some loser semifinals all the way to grands. Don't go anywhere. Grab your popcorn, grab your snacks. We will see you soon.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to SAC Season 4 Finals. It's been some exciting games today, and I hope you're ready for some more. My name is Splatoon Lily, and I'm joined here today with some very special guests. We've got the one and only Raze, and the one and only Rissa.
Hello, everyone.
How's it going, y'all? You've been having a good time?
Yeah, matches have been okay. I would have liked them to be a little closer, but we're starting to get into the nitty-gritty of the tournament, things where the matches can really start getting good. So we're going to have some good games, I hope.
Yeah, and how about you, Rissa? You been enjoying what you've been seeing so far on stream?
So, I don't want to be that guy, but I was running errands right before this, so as soon as I got the ping, I ran up to my desk. I did look over the bracket really quick, though, and I noticed, how Tempest has been dominating the bracket, just absolutely killing it. And I'm glad that we get to see up next Centinels versus Campfire, and then whoever wins that is going to play 4 Beans, so I'm excited to see that.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, Centinels so far has kind of been the underdog of the tournament, right? Ray is not quite expecting what has been coming out from them today.
Yeah, they've had their bracket run. They faced Raccoon Soup round 1, 3-1 them. So then they face Tempest, where they get knocked down to losers against the people who I think are going to win the tournament. I think Tempest is my personal favorite. Then in the last losers round, they faced Crocs, who they dismissed in convincing fashion. So I think Centinels is looking really good, and I think they're probably stand a good chance in this match.
Yeah, and our next match, of course, Centinels versus Campfire, are both teams that very recently just fought Crocs. They both 3-0 and 2-0 respectively, Crocs. And how do you think this next matchup is going to go, Rissa? Are you familiar with Campfire and Centinels? And who do you think is going to come out on top of this next one?
That's so hard to say. I'm actually very familiar with Campfire and the players on that team. Centinels, though, I'm not too familiar with. I haven't really seen these players around too much, but I mean, like Raze was saying, if they've been dominating this far and how far they've gotten in the bracket, it's looking like it's probably going to be a pretty close matchup.
Yeah, we're getting right into things here on TC Starfish. Nothing too out of the ordinary. You have a lobber, which is a little bit interesting. Raze, how do you feel about seeing that lobber over on green team here?
I think the blob can be good. The main problem for the blob is how it's going to space out the Nautilus and the CDS. If the blob can space those things out and get value out in suction rushes, then I think they're going to be in a great position to control this game.
Yeah, 100%. They're already getting a pretty early push in here, moving on forward, but they don't have too many down yet on the other team. But it looks like Campfire's getting off to a really good start here. What kind of opportunities here do you see for Centinels to stop this push early, Rissa?
It's looking like they did a really good job at backing up and trying to get their specials, but as right now, both teams have members of each side going down. It's just kind of a stalemate here at this first checkpoint. Both teams trying to do everything they can to get something going, but a lot of things happening back and forth. We're seeing Omega here looking like they have to back up and try and regroup with their teammates as their teammates are starting to go down.
Definitely one of the most dangerous things here about this first checkpoint is getting on through and pushing through all the way to second checkpoint. This is kind of the do or die moment where another team has to stop the attacking team right here. How do you do that, Raze? How do you manage that around that second checkpoint?
They have to get top left. Blue team has to get top left so they can get multiple angles of attack on this tower. Otherwise, this checkpoint just goes down. Like, you have to divide and conquer. If you're not dividing and conquering, you're like they just did flawlessly, then there's a very good chance that they just get KO'd.
Centinels did a great job there, yeah, getting a full wipe on the side of Campfire and starting to retake mid. It looks like they're already pushing a little bit further forward and able to take some ground here. It looks like they have all 4 specials on the go too now. Do you think we're going to be seeing a push here coming out, Rissa? Do you think we're going to see this moving on forward, or do you think they're going to have to stall for a little bit more time?
You know, in an ideal world, maybe they'd want to get a pick before they start really getting a push going. But I do like that you can see at the top they kind of staggered their specials a little bit, maybe to try and get a pick on Campfire. And doing that happened beautifully for them, as there's now a complete wipe on Campfire as Centinels is at that first checkpoint.
Absolutely just swung that 100% back in the other direction. Centinels now on the offensive and taking things over. Already up in top left here on Campfire's base and moving things on forward. What kind of action do we need to see here is for Campfire to be able to take this out and stop this before it gets too dangerous?
the same thing goes to the other side. I think we should really be talking about Centinels, who had significantly better positioning coming into this push. Securing that top left means that now Campfire has to contest from top right. They've simplified this game down a lot. And this Nautilus, getting those 2 picks, crucial.
Absolutely crucial to get those for sure. Some beautiful specials coming out and stalling this push off as the members of Centinels are going to have to right back up into mid and try to hold some ground to get this counter push going. Rissa, do you like this positioning here? Do you like how things are going so far?
So far for Centinels, I really like that they are, I like to call it stalling the tower. So they're just kind of stalling the tower in the second checkpoint area, you know, not pushing up too far, not backing up too far. You can see they're just trying to do everything they can to just stall the tower and make sure that they get themselves an opening. You can see the members of Campfire having to keep regrouping and refiguring out how to play this defense.
They're doing a fantastic job of it too so far. It looks like things are stalling out a little bit. They're managing to keep Centinels far away from that third checkpoint, but it looks like things are starting to snowball here, Raze. Things are getting a little bit scary.
Yeah, so the push has finally ended from Centinels. Campfire did a really good job just grinding down that push to a halt, getting all of the resources out of the other team and making sure that they can just outlast. That's one of the things that Blob is super, super good at, especially with Suction Rush. It's just outvaluing you over time and making sure that you just can't take any ground.
They're doing a fantastic job of it so far. They've completely regained control of mid. 4 specials up. All they need to do is sit pretty and hold. 30 seconds left on the clock, and things are starting to move a little bit forward, but it looks like they're content enough to play around this mid area. Personally, Rissa, I prefer to push and hold the tower on the first checkpoint. It's more of a harder position for the other team to push into. What about you? Where do you like to keep things moving here?
Definitely like to keep things moving around the first or second checkpoint. Definitely can really just be dependent on what's going to happen. And as we are going into the last 5 seconds of this, Sentinels looking like they can't get the tower. Campfire has done such a good job at holding the tower, got a pick. And now you can see Sentinels just trying so hard to keep the tower, but just like that, Campfire gets a complete wipe and takes game 1 of the set.
Absolutely beautiful. There's some really good back and forth in that match. Like, this map is really hard to push up to second and third checkpoint on, let alone third checkpoint at all. And to have both teams essentially reach and almost break third checkpoint, and in the case of one team fully break third checkpoint, is pretty intense. How did you feel about all that, Raze?
It was very fun to watch. I will say that. A couple things. I think Centinels, they went from top left and they really needed to sweep across with tower. They tried to stall it out top left and just grind out the value, but they couldn't get anyone on top right. So their push just kind of fell flat at that final checkpoint. On the flip side, their retake on defense was just so good. Going into the second match, I personally favor Centinels.
Yeah. And Rissa, if you had to go into this second match here, we're going to, of course, be seeing Rainmaker Blackbilly Skate Park. How are you feeling? Who do you think is going to take this one?
I don't know if I can necessarily pick a team. I mean, that first game was had potential to go to either side. But, you know, maybe leaning towards Campfire since they did a good job at regrouping and holding the lead in that first game.
Very diplomatic answer. I like it. Yeah, I can't pick either. They're both so good. I mean, Rainmaker Blackbilly is a pretty volatile of a map mode, so it's hard to say either way. We are going to be seeing that Nautilus come back in, and the Lava, of course, going to be great for popping that Rainmaker. So, some really good standard team comps so far from either side. How do you feel about the openings here? These quick paints coming in, Raze.
I think Sentinels has the better opening. What happens is if Campfire loses this fight, then they just get run at. They have a single path out and they have a single path in, and if that single path gets controlled, then they're not looking good.
Absolutely. It looks like things are already off to a pretty good start. We're getting some really nice control here in the mid, and already we're going to see a push on up here. How are you feeling, Rissa?
In terms of Campfire starting out for a good opening and a good push, it looks like they have a good push started, but they're kind of in in an awkward position as all members of Sentinels are up, and that is going to lead to exactly what happened here. Omega getting the pick on the Rainmaker carrier, and now Sentinels just collapsing on Campfire in mid.
Absolutely beautiful counter push there. Campfire 3 down, and gonna have to work here pretty quickly to try to stop this push coming in from the left side. Left isn't my favorite place to push Raze. I'm not a huge fan of pushing this way, but I love making them push this way. What are your thoughts over on this side of the map?
Pushing into the lobber is not the play. That is not what I would want to do if I was Sentinels, but Sentinels just push it through, get it in, and just absolutely score an amazing amount of points for this. Now, if they just run up this hoop, they're in the exact same position, except Sentinels doesn't have the lobber to try and shut this down.
Yeah, that's a really good point. That lobber really is going to be the do or die moment, and making sure that K-Pro doesn't have a Booyah up to stop them. Otherwise, you're just dealing with some pretty standard shooters. It looks like Campfire's getting some pretty good control here in mid. Unfortunately, going to go down to a member of Sentinels, but 2 down on that side means this is probably the end of this Rainmaker push. Rissa, where do you think things need to go from here? This map is pretty volatile, but what's your typical play here?
Typically, I always hear it's best to go the right side path, and a Campfire there was just, I've been in that position Campfire was just in so many times, just stuck awkwardly, with the Rainmaker, not necessarily any specials to get a push going. We can see Nico here, again, picking up the Rainmaker, does know that they have missiles on them. They are running and trying to get points, and they did dodge and weave there to get the lead, so that was a really good part on them, going through that right path and getting the lead.
Absolutely fantastic. Just 2 or 3 down here now on the side of Campfire. Sentinel's doing a really great job getting back control of the map. They do have to regain lead, but a 32-point lead for Campfire isn't that strong on this map mode. Rainmaker isn't over till it's over, Raze, as we all know, and things are surely getting pretty spicy here in mid these last 2 minutes.
Yeah, I like the decision to recenter this Rainmaker push, and now they just need to run. Sentinels just run. There's one person alive. We can take so much space off this. There's no reason for us to not try to get this lead. Unfortunately, the Suction Rush coming out from the lobber to kind of slow everything down, but we had a really good chance right there.
Yeah, unfortunately, it looks like they stalled a little bit too long. Sentinels, maybe a miscommunication there, didn't quite realize the advantage they were in. But there is still a minute and a half left in this game, Rissa, so it doesn't look like things are quite over yet, let alone this push.
Yeah, with 2 members of Campfire going down, you can see Sentinels was trying so hard to stall the Rainmaker as long as they could. Unfortunately, as they pushed up, they get completely wiped. They were stalling it for as long as they possibly could. So now, Nico, once again, on Campfire, grabbing the Rainmaker, and it looks like they're actually going to go to the left path this time. Maybe get a push going this way.
Always dangerous pushing on this left path. In my opinion, not only are you setting yourself up for a longer, rougher push, but you're also setting up the opposing team, Raze, to counter push straight up on the right side. Do you think that's a danger here in these last 45 seconds?
I actually really like pushing down the half pipe here, because the Blobber can respawn and it can just look straight down that half pipe, and you can force that Rainmaker to sit there. We can force the Sentinels into a really awkward position, which I think is absolutely fantastic. Like, Sentinels are going to have the most trouble getting over this ledge and then blitzing up to this ramp, and now Blobber is in position to just sit here, and Sentinels doesn't have enough time to effectively pivot anywhere else. They're forced into this push.
They're doing a great job of that. Nico getting some cheeky pushes and a bomb rush coming out here. 14 seconds left on the clock as the members of Sentinels are trying their best to move forward, but that mist is going to stall them out, and some members jumping in, and a cheeky flank in on the side from Campfire is going to pick off that Rainmaker in the last few seconds, and unfortunately, that is the end of the game. Or fortunately, I guess, depending on who you're cheering for, Rissa. How did you feel about that last push? Was it a little too slow for your liking?
It was kind of just one of those awkward pushes where, the team knows, okay, this is do or die. We just have to figure out if we can pull it together here last second. And I've been in that position so many times. Just sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Most of the time it doesn't when you're just kind of rushed like that. And they gave it a really good try, though. They were definitely trying to stall it out as long as they could.
Yeah, and Campfire does take this set 2-0, but that is, I mean, by no means terrible, right? Those are some really good, close games, both of them, and Centinels played their hearts out for sure. They did a fantastic job, but, I mean, that is Raze's underdog, unfortunately, going out in losers semis. Raze, how do you feel about not seeing more Centinels? I was kind of looking forward to them.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I think they had it. I think they were squared up very well. They were aggressive. I think they were entertaining, but it's sad to see them go out this early. But the score is very deceiving here. I think the 2-0 is very deceiving because both those games were actually really close. There were just a couple things that Centinels couldn't quite figure out the solution for in time, and then that was it.
Yeah, and I mean, it's hard on a 3-0, or a 2-0, I guess, a best of 3 to adapt on the fly, especially against a team that you might not have played yet this tournament, right? Ending up on opposite sides of the brackets all the way through. So I think they played their hearts out, and they did a really good job considering, and I'm kind of sad that we're not going to be seeing some more Centinels in this set. But that said, we are going to be seeing something really exciting, aren't we, Rissa?
We are. Two teams that have been pretty prevalent in mid-level Splatoon. Four Beans versus Campfire will be coming up next. So since Campfire beat Centinels, Four Beans was waiting in losers finals for the winner of that set we just watched. So Campfire moving up through the bracket. And these two teams have to be pretty familiar with each other, so that makes it... I love when teams are familiar with each other. They know, they've played each other, they've probably scrimmed each other often. So that's always fun to see, who can figure out how to play against each other.
Yeah, 100%. And neither of these teams are anything to laugh at, right? Like, they've fought all the way through the entire circuit with some pretty fantastic results, and they're pretty awful to fight against. I've fought against Four Beans a few times myself, as well as Campfire, and it's pain. They're very good, so it's pain and suffering. Raze, do you know what we're going to be expecting to see? Do you have any predictions for this round?
Not really. The big thing kind of to talk about is the counter picks here. I think the team that utilizes these counter picks is going to feel a lot more in control. Four Beans is the 1 seed. They were at the top of the rankings coming into this tournament. They've only lost to Tempest so far. That's how they find themselves here. So Campfire is definitely on the back foot here, but I think for Zone's Mako, the Bloblobber from Nico Chico, definitely going to see a lot of impact here. I think that's absolutely going to be critical for Four Beans to shut down. And if they can shut down that blob, this set is very doable.
100%. And speaking of which, we have counter picks now, as Raze just very helpfully mentioned. This tournament does feature counter picks in our finals on winners and losers side, and of course grand finals as well. So we have seen Four Beans in winners finals did play some counter picks against Tempest, and Campfire so far this event has not seen counter picks. So what do you feel about the counter pick system, Rissa? Do you feel like it's a benefit? Do you feel like it gets confusing for teams? How do you find playing with counter picks?
I think that counter picks, especially when it's higher up in the bracket, I think it's really great. I think it really adds a competitive edge to the teams being able to figure out if there's a map that they're really comfortable with, or there's a map and mode that they know the other team won't be good at. I think it's really good personally. I think it adds a really good competitive edge to these matches.
Yeah, I mean, just a little aside here. If anyone ever wants to win against Cherry Limeade, just pick tower control. We're awful at it.
Noted.
We're completely awful. So yeah, Rissa, just some bonus here.
Got my notepad out.
Yeah. Everyone take notes. And moving on now into losers finals, we are going to be seeing our first map on Splat Zone's Mako Mart. One of the, I guess, more competitively seen maps, and it's, I mean, one of my favorites. It's lots of opportunities for paint and some fun places to flank, but it is a little bit lockout heavy. What Raze, if you had to say one thing that this map is underutilized with, what would you think that is?
One thing that I think is underutilized on this map. I want to see less shooters. I think while shooters are good here, especially your short range shooters, Slusher, Blaster, even Explo are super good here. Like the boxes in mid give us so much room to play around, and especially that pillow in the middle of zone. We need something to get on the other side of that safely. Because if we can get to the other side of that pillow safely, then we can flip zone very easily, and that's something that I think Bloblobber is going to be super good here if we see it come out. Like,
yeah, that's honestly, it's a good point. It's always playing against sloshers and blasters is always awful. That's the word I'm looking for. It's terrible. As a short range shooter, I hate it. What about you, Rissa? Is there anything on this map that you really don't like playing against?
Okay, on this map, I hate playing against really good chargers because I always think I'm safe. I'm like, I'm good. I'm painting the zone back here, and all of a sudden, I just get sniped. And that's the one thing. I hate it.
As someone who is on a team with someone who plays Charger, the one and only Shiny, hearing them just dome people across the map is terrifying. We are getting into it here. It does look like things are getting opened up, and nothing too unusual. We do see one shot on that E-leader. Gonna love to see some action from that, and Nico back on the Blobber, but otherwise things are looking a little bit standard, except for Raze, that nozzle nose with the hammer. How are you feeling about seeing a KL3 here?
I'm conflicted. On one side, it's good to see something other than the second kit for it, but I'm personally not a huge fan of hammer. I think while it has some appeal, it's not consistent enough. I think wall is the big reason why we're using this, to try to shut down the leader line of sight and to help protect the rest of our team here in mid.
That makes sense, yeah. I wasn't really honestly thinking too hard about how that hammer was going to come to effect, but I mean, unless they're a really powerful hammer, which they might be, maybe we'll see going forward, things might get a little bit interesting here. It does look like the zone is able to flip just in time, and looks like we might see a little bit of a firefight here in mid, Rissa.
Yeah, we can see Campfire they were trying so hard to get back in, but just the aggression from 4Beans, getting 2 picks and now 3 picks at that. Campfire is pushed all the way back in their spawn and having to figure out how to regroup. How do they get back into mid? You can see 2 members do have their specials ready, but they need to figure out how to utilize them to get back into mid.
Absolutely, and we do see some specials coming out from either team. A huge force coming into mid here. Ray's going to push that charger on back and maybe cap the zone. Things are getting a little interesting here.
Yeah, absolutely. Pushing that charger back was absolutely critical. If they didn't get one shot out of mid on that leader, then this push would be so much harder to do because they would have to play so much closer to cover. But using those missiles on that charger was absolutely the correct play, and making sure that the leader doesn't have the range and to just decimate the map.
Which is really important, making sure you got that ranged player out of the way so the rest of your teammates can come in. It does look like we are back in control here, and Campfire putting in some work, trying to get some specials built so they can come take this zone back from 4Beans. Rissa, how do you feel about this re-entry? How do you feel about retakes on this map? And do you think that all of these specials are going to get them where they need to be?
Looks like so far they did a really good counter push from them this time. It got them a complete wipe essentially now onto 4Beans, and their specials grouped up really well there together. They were finally able to get what they wanted. They have a very low penalty too, so they are sitting really good. They just have to play this defense perfectly if they want to get the lead.
4Beans having to move in fairly quickly here. We see some specials coming out, and they're going to have to push in if they want to save this lead. It looks like they might not get there in time, but they will have 2 minutes left if they can cap this zone to try to retake. Raze, you see that hammer coming out. We see some action happening here in mid, but no caps yet.
Yeah, 4Beans just got a beautiful cap, but I wish it happened sooner. I wish we had more people converge on the zone. That way we get in front of One Shot, and One Shot can just start picking people off. One Shot's been doing a great job of using mines, but they're just not getting enough value, it feels like to me. They're just they're waving their laser around. I want to see them hit a shot.
Makes sense. We do see, a beautiful hammer pick there, and almost a follow-up here from Genesis, doing a fantastic job with that hammer, and we're seeing some more specials coming out, trying to swing that zone back. This is kind of a fight between the penalties at this point, Rissa. Both teams are doing a really good job of holding mid, but we need a more solid hold from one team or the other if this game is going to end before the timer does.
Oh, I know. I'm like on the edge of my seat right now. Both teams are just trying so hard to get a pick on one another. We've been at 4 versus 4 for like about a good 30 seconds now. Specials coming out from both teams as each team is trying still to get a pick, and we get a trade. So, now it's a 3v3, but both teams are just fighting for this zone as hard as they can.
It's a complete bloodbath here in mid, and neither team really getting a very solid advantage raise. What can they do here these last 30 seconds? Something needs to change if 4Beans isn't going to lose this.
They just did exactly what I think they needed to. They needed to use that Booyah to space the other team off zone and actually be able to get some uncontested time with that zone. And as soon as they got some uncontested time with the zone, the 52 just snapped its fingers and painted it. And we're seeing them just absolutely move and try to trick everyone.
Campfire are going to have to work with that hammer. 4Beans backing all the way on up and unfortunately not pulling in overtime. That game was so back and forth, Rissa. I literally don't know how to feel about it.
I know. It was the last, minute and 30 seconds of that match was just an absolute... I don't know, it was so back and forth. There was a trade, both teams had specials at the same time, and it felt really evenly matched there. And finally, just Campfire being able to hold the zone there in the last seconds of that match paid off for them really well, because they did have a decent lead on 4Beans.
That's what it felt like all the way through, is Campfire just did a really good job of staying one step ahead of 4Beans. 4Beans had some really good fights and some really good holds in mid, but they were never quite able to just really get that foothold they needed to push Campfire out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Both sides were incredibly even. It was just a case of, like you said, where 4Beans couldn't quite dig their heels in enough, and they just got outpaced and out-turfed, it felt like.
Yeah, and unfortunately that did lead to, or fortunately, I guess, depending on who you're cheering for, it did lead to Campfire taking the set so far, 1-0 over 4Beans. But we do have our counter pick in. We're going to be moving into Splat Zone's Wahoo next, which is, I guess, not surprising. Our high mid-level teams here do tend to like to play zones more than anything else, Rissa. If you... What's your favorite mode? Rissa? And there's only one right answer. There's only one right answer, Rissa.
I don't know if I have the Lily right answer. Okay. You're not gonna like this, but it's tower control.
Rissa.
Lily, what's your favorite mode?
I've been betrayed. Raze, what's my favorite mode?
It's Clam Blitz.
I knew it.
It is Clam Blitz.
I knew it.
I confirm we'll see some Clam Blitz here, but it does for now look like we're going to be seeing some zones. I'm getting right into it. And nothing changing too terribly much on the sides of these teams. We are going to see the loss of that hammer, though, which do you think that's a bit of a benefit there, Raze? Are you looking forward to seeing no hammer on this map?
I think that is absolutely a benefit for 4Beans. It felt like that hammer was getting a lot of value where it always just walked through mid, but now without the hammer, I think 4Beans are going to feel a lot more comfortable doing what they want to do. Something else I'd also like to see 4Beans do in this match is I'd like to see the K-Machine play closer to the E-Leader. The E-Leader is going to attract a lot of people, so if we stand near them as the K-Machine, people will just come to us. And we don't have to worry about trying to close distance or anything like that. It just simplifies our game and makes the leader feel safer to do more things that it wants to do.
We're seeing a lot of that back and forth again that we saw last match coming back in here. 4Beans doing their best to try to break back in against Campfire's solid hold. And now that timer is already down to 50 points now, Rissa, and it looks like things are getting a little bit messy.
Yeah, definitely messy as the zone is finally swapped over to 4Bean's side as they got 2 members of Campfire down. And I was actually looking at the weapons here too. I noticed that Kelp switched from the NZAP to the Junior, which I think is a really good swap over. Wahoo Zones has such good utility for Junior bombs, so that's definitely an interesting pick. As, Nico gets this really nice pick on Lex.
Beautiful pick there from Nico, and as we all know, Junior is better than NZAP, officially. This is sponsored by IPL, so they can't say anything about it. It does look like there's a beautiful hold here, though, from 4Beans, moving on up and taking the lead, and Campfire gonna have to work to take this mid back. Raze, what do you want to see from Campfire here, trying to maintain this bleeding, I guess?
Campfire, they just need to get through this zone. It's going to be incredibly hard to do facing the chip from the K-Machine and the walls of the K-52, but they just need to get through. If they can get through this zone and force the A-Leader into awkward positions and force the K-Machine to retake from an awkward angle, this game is very much in their grasp. But inkjetting off zone, removing one of the best turfing factors on your team is not the way to do that.
Yeah, unfortunately, and 2 players down on the side of Campfire is going to put 4Beans in a really good position to maintain this lead. They do have a hefty penalty to work through here, Issa. It looks like they're doing a pretty good job of it so far, burning that down while 4Beans tries to break back in. Campfire.
Yeah, Campfire doing everything they can to come back into the zone, but I mean, Lex here, with just constantly throwing up walls, moving around shots, using that wall as a really good help to get, oh my gosh, just like that, gets a flank around with the walls, just holding this for their teammates and constantly walling out anyone from Campfire as they come back in. There's 2 members down on Campfire right as the points close out here. I mean, 4Beans just did such a good job with Lex leading that, playing around Lex and just supporting them so they could just hold the zone.
Yeah, they did a fantastic job. Honestly, I wasn't sure what I was expecting because this map, like the other, is fairly contested in mid, but also fairly lockout heavy, especially here. So I guess I think I was expecting a little bit more of a back and forth. Raze, was there anything there that you noticed that might cause some problems going into our next game?
Not in particularly. I think the counter pick was just extremely good. It was a very sound counter pick that played really well into 4Beans' composition and playstyle, and I think that's exactly what we should see with counter picks, because the leader had a lot of wide open space to look at, and then Lex's splash wall play was impeccable. Like, as soon as he got through the zone, wall, nobody's there, recharge ink, throw another wall. Shoot twice, kill someone, throw another wall. It was incredible. It was like a 10. Just a 10-52. Like, how would you push into that?
It's a good question. I guess they're gonna have to figure it out fairly quickly. We do see that we're moving on to a different mode now. TC Inkblot, Rissa's favorite mode is. How do you feel about this map on this mode, though, Rissa?
Okay, I actually really like it, except for it can fall apart a lot when you get to the second checkpoint trying to push to the third checkpoint. You have to play that so nicely and well with your special coordination to be able to get into the other team's top left bats area. So that can definitely be a really tricky situation, but overall I really enjoy Inkblot tower control.
Yeah, and moving into those bats, if you have a team that's even the slightest bit uncoordinated against a team that has, I don't know, all cylinders firing that day, things can get pretty dangerous pretty quickly. I find that this map mode, more than any other mode for this map, tends to be the most volatile on pushes. So I guess we'll see what they bring out. Do you think we're going to see more of that hammer raise? Do you think the hammer's done for now?
I personally wouldn't play hammer here. 'Cause the hardest part that on this map to break into as the attacker is the top left, because you either have to scale the wall or run up uninkable. Hammer isn't great at either of those things. I think a set of missiles or maybe an inkjet, even a booyah bomb would be better. So while hammer can be okay if we're just throwing it, I think it's going to be very challenging if there is a hammer for the hammer to see really good amounts of value.
It makes sense. Though I guess depending on who you're talking to, nowadays we don't really see Hammer being played much at all. So it would be a treat if we saw it come back, but it's unlikely we'll probably ever see. Oh, and we do see it come back. All right, Genesis, let's go. See what you have. Campfire coming out with that hammer, of course, and moving right on back out to mid. We do have the members of Four Beans rolling out in opposition. Rissa, how do you think things are going to go here? Do you have a favorite for this match?
I don't know if I necessarily have a favorite, and something I was looking at too, if you notice, Four Beans actually switched out One Shot, their E-leader player, for I believe it's Nikado, for their Nautilus player, or they're playing Nautilus right now, so that's going to be definitely an interesting switch up from what we've been seeing in the past couple of games, as they do a really good job at starting this off and cutting out to that push that Campfire started after getting on the tower to get a counter push going.
Yeah, Forby's doing a fantastic job here, taking back control of mid and taking back control of this tower. They didn't let that push get too far, and it looks like they might be able to clear this, if not for that amazing section rush coming in. Beautiful Booyah coming back out in opposition raise, and things are getting a little bit dangerous here in mid. We're only a minute into this game.
Yeah, I really like how Lex is pressuring this mid block, threatening, like, I'm gonna climb up, you need to look at me, and just letting this tower break first checkpoint for free. That's absolutely amazing play, and now Four Beans can just back off. We can just sit in mid and chill and just wait for our respawns to come back, and then do it again.
They're doing a great job of that for sure. They made sure that push didn't get too far in, though that first checkpoint was broken, so it does look like Four Beans is in a good position if they can get back control of mid, Rissa, to be able to take that on through. Do you think this is going to lead to a Campfire push here? Things are looking a little bit rough.
Yeah, I don't know. You can see they're really transfixed on this left side where there's 3 members of Four Beans. Four Beans using, I believe it was Armor Inkjet to start, trying to poke at Campfire as they're looking at them on the left side. But it's kind of like that Macomart game. A lot of back and forth happening right now. Finally, though, 1 member down of Campfire. Let's see if Four Beans is able to take advantage of this and start getting a push going with themselves.
It does look like things might be swinging in the opposite direction. A beautiful Booyah coming out here from Four Beans, and Campfire being pushed back a little bit on the defensive as that map swings blue. Things are starting to coast a little bit over here on the left side. That hammer coming out as well, and a player each down, so things might stall out a little bit here in mid-raise.
Wow. Absolutely not. That is the biggest caster curse I've ever seen. As soon as you say things will fall out, everyone else goes down. This is a huge opening. Four Beans is already in bats. They have turf control. They have a Booyah coming out. This is going to be a second checkpoint clear at the very least. We might even see them touch third.
And that's kind of where you want to be on this map mode, clearing that second checkpoint and moving up into the third. The third is do or die. If someone clears that checkpoint, the game is pretty much over. Rissa, we're already seeing a lockout here coming out from Four Beans. Things are getting so bad.
Yes, things are getting so tense here. Campfire trying everything they can to get Four Beans off of this third checkpoint, but the points that Four Beans was able to get in that wipe is amazing for them. All the way down to 19. Campfire doing everything they can to make sure they're clearing out all angles. And then with that Nautilus up there on that right stack, just guarding mid, it's looking like it's going to be a little bit difficult for Campfire to get in. That nice bait where that Dafter, I believe, just got the pick and then jumped out, regrouping with their teammates. They know that. I love that Four Beans knows they need to back up, regroup. They have the lead.
Four Beans is taking these a little bit easy here. They do know they have a comfortable lead. They didn't necessarily break that third checkpoint, but even touching it on this map mode is strong in and of itself. Raze, there's a minute left in this match. How do things need to change? Four Beans has such a dominant hold here in mid.
One of the things that I think absolutely needs to change is we need to deal with Lex. Lex's Booyahs are going to be crushing on pushes. Drop a Booyah on tower, and then it stops. Because everyone on their team can drop in with that, and it ends. So we need to make sure that Lex is going down constantly, and that Booyahs aren't getting value. Once we do that, this game has opened up.
We do have 2 members down here on the side of Campfire, and 4Beans is doing a fantastic job just maintaining that hold in mid as we're going into the last 15 seconds. We have 3 down, Rissa. Can we call it yet? Is it ever time to call it?
Oh, it might be. Missiles came out from Dafter there. And you see this bomb rush coming out from Campfire. They're trying to do everything they can, but there's that Booyah Bomb, exactly like Raze was just talking about. Lex just throwing it, boom, right at the tower at the last 2 seconds. You know, they secured that, and that was their game.
They did a fantastic job at that. Now, normally, what you like to see is teams winning their own counter picks. There's a bit of a backfire there. 4Beans did take that through, even though it was Campfire's pick, and it puts us in a bit of a dangerous position here. Rissa, how do you feel about? Do you think we're going back to zones? I hate to say it, but do you think we're going back to zones?
You know, okay, so turns out we just got word from above that they can't go back to zones. So that makes it really interesting. I don't know what Campfire would go back to. I mean, looking at their previous sets, I'm wondering, Raze, do you remember off the top of your head any counter picks that they had?
I do not remember offhand, but what I would probably say is, as we see on screen, they go to tower control. I think that's a good pick. I think 4Beans is a very fluid team in the way they run their composition, so Rainmaker probably is going to be a great idea, and Clams probably is going to be a great idea. If Campfire can control the pace of this game in tower control, I think that's their best shot they have at winning here.
It's not like they were losing horribly in that last game. Things just got a little bit out of hand, right? So it does feel like, I mean, if they're going to go anywhere again, picking tower control and hoping for the best isn't the worst decision. I am nervous about it. I wish we had seen Clams, though. Okay, just can pray. Can pray for Clams. And I mean, we might yet see some Clams. There's still a few games left in the day. If any of the teams playing today want to help me have a beautiful Saturday, while we wait for, I guess, the counter pick to come on through and for things to get settled, Rissa, what's your favorite kind of cereal?
Oh, great question.
Mixing it up.
You know what? Right now, I guess my favorite cereal overall is the Reese's Puffs.
Oh.
Those ones. But right now, I've been in a phase of eating Honey Nut Cheerios. That's been my current phase.
Honey Nut Cheerios is like some honey and some blueberries to die for. But the most important question, milk first or cereal first?
Definitely got to be cereal first.
Right?
It's always cereal first.
All right. I had to make sure we didn't have any degenerates here. Make sure things are solid, right? Very important. It does look like we have our counter pick in. It is still going to be tower control, but it's going to be on Sturgeon Shipyard, which has a little bit of a different play style than Inkblot does. That first checkpoint is still contestable on Inkblot, but first checkpoint on Sturgeon is kind of a gimme, Raze. Do you think that this map is going to benefit Campfire in terms of the gameplay we've seen so far?
No. Being completely honest, I don't think so. I think if Nico Chico is going to stay on Blob, which I'm assuming they are because they've been playing it the entire tournament, they're going to have a very tough time defending from the left side. So we either have to see them wait until later into the game when 4Beans has pushed in farther, where their blobs are going to start bouncing around on the low ground and doing a lot of damage, or we have to trust that our team can 3v4, and I'm not a huge fan of that idea personally.
Makes sense. Things are a little bit, we've seen a lot of mid-contention for these last couple games. A lot of the maps we've been seeing so far are very mid-fight heavy, and Tower Sturgeon isn't. Rissa, Tower Sturgeon tends to be fought more so in the courts. Do you think we'll see some longer range weapons come back through here?
I don't know. I was actually just looking at that in the lobby. One shot, the E-leader hasn't come back yet. So as we see each team come out, same weapons overall, except Genesis, the Hammer L3 player, switching to Carbon. So that's quite the switch up. I'm interested to see how that'll play out.
I mean, I suppose a hammer is just a Carbon, but a special, right? It's not too, not too dissimilar. So, we're already seeing a bit of a mid-fight here. A really early missile coming out and scattering some players here in mid, right? Things are getting a bit shaken. Do you think that early missile is representative of what we're going to see for the rest of the match?
I absolutely think so, because if we look at the map right now, what's going on is Campfire is getting pushed back. Those missiles meant they couldn't get turf in mids, that Carbon couldn't get any opening picks, get any opening kills, and now they're just slowly burning out of this mid fight, and this is looking very, very risky. If this Carbon doesn't show up, then this game is going to be over in a flash.
Speaking of the Carbon, we do see the Carbon here retreating a little bit in court, waiting for the opponents to push on down with that tower. Carbon kind of fights really well around that court area. We do see them trying to play around Snipe, but things aren't moving forward quite as fast as they probably want them to see them.
Yeah, things aren't moving quite as fast, and Campfire having to just try and stay alive as all these specials are being thrown at them from 4 beans. They're trying to utilize them, and they're doing a pretty good job at keeping control of their court, but they haven't been able to necessarily get any picks or move up past that. As 2 members of Campfire go down, they were able to get the Nautilus down on 4 beans, but they're still kind of stuck in this awkward position trying to hold their court.
Yeah, we do need to see 4 beans here move a little bit further into court if Campfire is going to get a hold. Pushing up into mid from your court on this map mode is very difficult, so it almost feels, Raze, like we're waiting for someone to overextend.
Yeah, absolutely. And 4 beans isn't going to aren't going to be the people who did it, or we thought, because that defense or that push they had was absolutely just slowly, methodically waiting. But now they're in the driver. Campfire's in the driver's seat, and this Carbon can go do Carbon things, and that's very scary.
Things just got dangerous in this match. This minute you give Genesis free range, people tend to go down just like that. Lex going down to some beautiful flicks from Genesis, and it does look like some control coming back in mid is going to be stopped by some oncoming sloshers and missiles, Rissa. That slosher up on the Snipe here is just as dangerous a position as we just saw as the Carbon is.
Yeah, that was the perfect example that after being able to get the pick on Nico on the blob, just using the ledge there to just get that pick, and that's going to be really helpful for them, getting control of their Snipe as they are able to push into the tower before Campfire is able to get the lead. They get on the tower, they are painting mid, and, you know, Campfire had about 10 points to get the lead, but 4 beans did a really great job at collapsing on that and putting a stop to that.
On this map, the lead is important, as it is in every game, but the lead isn't really important until you've hit that second or cleared that second checkpoint. That first checkpoint is pretty much free because of its really contested position, Raze. Do you think that this after position is terrifying?
Oh, it's definitely terrifying. That second Flick Slush comes out and splats that zap, and then this push can look entirely different. But if I'm 4 beans right now, this Carbon is terrifying. I just need to slow down, get turf, and just shut down this Carbon. If I shut down this Carbon, I 3v4 everyone else on this map, and things are fine. But this Snowball is absolutely terrifying.
We've already seen a clear of the second checkpoint. 2 members down on the side of Campfire, and 4 beans trying to push back and reclaim this. They did a beautiful stop there, but not before that second checkpoint was breached. This is not looking super good. 45 seconds left in the game, Rissa, and things are going to have to move fairly quickly here if they don't want to make this final push in overtime.
Yeah, you can see they're trying to set up with Lex on the Snipe area. They do have 30 seconds left to try and get a lead going, to try and get some type of snowball. They are getting points down right now as Lex is trying to push up and get some picks, but is called out. As we're going into the last 20 seconds of this, Campfire has done such a good job at shutting down 4 beans.
That was exactly what Campfire needed to do. The 15 seconds left in the game, less than that, and things are getting rough here in mid. 4 beans is going to have to work really quickly here and really smart to be able to take this tower back. 3 seconds left, and can they tap it in time to pull it overtime? They can, Raze.
now we're just sitting on the edge of our seat. We need to get as much turf down as possible. We need to get as many specials onto this map as possible. Storm going down. Absolutely amazing. Now we can just simplify this Booyah. Goes top left, I bet. And then we just force everyone to funnel down mid. Once we funnel down mid, 4Beans can just win this game.
DC Genesis trying to rush up and take that tower, but 2 going down and the lead being taken in overtime. I was not expecting that. That's not the position I ever want to be in on this map, and I am amazed at how well things there went for 4Beans. So, 4Beans taking the set 3-1 over Campfire is going to take them all the way up to Grand Finals against Tempest. So we're going to be seeing a run back, Rissa, of what we saw in Winners Finals.
We are. This is going to be really good. 4Beans versus Tempest. Of course, 2 very, very strong teams all throughout the SAC season. And I am super excited to see this in Grand Finals.
I am nervous. I'm nervous because, I mean, you love to see the salty run backs. You know, it's a fan favorite. So you can never look at a salty run back and be like, nah, I don't want to watch that. You want to watch that. Especially now that 4Beans has, gone away and gets to come back and try to fight Tempest again. They've had some time to think about it, Raze. They've had some time to simmer. Do you think that we're going to be seeing the same kind of dominant gameplay from Tempest that we saw in finals, winners finals, in Grands again?
I think Tempest is going to do really well. I'll say that first. I do think the ball is in 4Beans' court. Because the one thing that I saw from 4Beans' gameplay in the last set is during some of their pushes, some of their players got a little bit jumpy. They went a little too far forward. They overextended a little. I really want to see 4Beans take a deep breath and slow the pace of the game down a little bit and relax. Now, that's really hard to do in Grand Finals, but I think if 4Beans just take a deep breath, then they can just KO every single game. It's just because they have a lot more turf down, or they can get a lot more turf down. They can use their specials a bit smarter and, just overall play their own game. And I think that's really going to be really, really important facing Tempest, who has Red Shell against Octobrush or Octobrush player in general. So if I'm 4Beans, I got to be really careful.
And Rissa, what about you? I know that you're a former teammate of some of the folks over on Tempest, a friend of some of the people on Tempest as well. How do you feel about this upcoming set, this run back we're going to see? Do you think Tempest will pull through again?
That's a really good question. Seeing how Tempest did go 3-1 versus 4Beans earlier on, I feel like Tempest is sitting pretty good, but with the way that 4Beans was able to just kind of regain themselves in this last set we got to watch. They were playing really well themselves too. And of course, are very strong players. I honestly don't know. Both teams have been really strong throughout all of SAC that I've watched. What do you think, Lily?
I'm scared of 4Beans, but I think I'm more scared of Red Shell, So I think my money's on Tempest. Yeah, I think I'm gonna vote for Game 5. Here's my call. I think we're gonna see a bracket reset. I think 4Beans is gonna take the first set, and then Tempest is gonna swing back through and win the second.
Okay, if you predict this, yeah. You're gonna be turn into a fortune teller.
Oh, we'll see. We'll see. I'll take Nine's job. And I just, as we're waiting for the players to get here in the lobby before we start this grand finals of SAC Season 4, I do want to just take a moment to do a shout-out, if that's all right with everyone here. We're going to get real close to the microphone. And I want to shout out Narval Carnival are going to be hosting their LATAM-focused tourney, Festa Luna, when we celebrate Latin America and worldwide teams around the globe. Festa Luna April 2022 will happen on April 2nd, 7 p.m. Eastern, which is just like a week away, so not too far off. Even if this event is Latin American focused, don't worry, we're region free, so everyone from around the globe can enter. Make sure to check out our socials next week for a big announcement regarding our next project coming up also in early April. some more information about that you can find at discord.io/narvalcarnival. It's going to be a great time, I'm sure. So everyone make sure to check that out. And, of course, we got to shout out IPL. IPL's been doing a fantastic job throughout this event and the many others that they run. So if you're looking to support IPL, head over to their Patreon. And, send some spare change their way. The people here are doing a fantastic job, and it's often a thankless job, and I think that they all deserve the kudos we can give them. Yeah. Yeah.
Absolutely.
I mean, I should go do that too. Hang on. I'm going to go to their Patreon and subscribe while we're talking.
Lily getting out the wallet again. Bet $5 on the finals of last SOS, and now
I did do that.
The IPL Patreon this week. Yeah. If you keep commentating like this, you're gonna single-handedly carry all of Splatoon in revenue.
I'm so excited. Yeah. So anyone who wasn't here for SOS when Ray's and I commentated, I did make a bet that we were gonna go to a game 7, and we ended on a game 6. So I lost the bet. I had to send Ray's $5. So I'm gonna say it right here now to you. If we don't get a bracket reset, I'm gonna send Rissa and Ray's both $5.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's gonna happen. It's gonna be fine. I've got my money on the line, so 4 beats. Please, bracket reset, please.
And with that, the commentary booth has been split firmly into 2 camps.
Yeah, Rissa and Razor are fighting me because they want my $5, but it's 5 Canadian dollars, so it's like really like 10 cents, you know? It's fine. My money's worth less. It's fine. Oh boy, it does look like, though, things are starting to fill on up. So going into grand finals, our first game is going to be on Splatzone's Anchovy Games. Not my favorite Zones map. It's not bad. It's not bad by any means, Rissa, but it's not my favorite. I'm sure, as you know, as a junior player, things can be a little bit rough to break back into the area.
Yeah.
How do you have the same feelings I do on this one?
I do. Same exact feeling. I'm like, it could be worse, but it's not the best. I find myself, constantly, I can do a really good job at holding the zone and painting the zone over specials, but whatever the team decides to regroup and come through that right flank and just drop on me on the right side, that's when it starts getting really hairy for me, and I have to totally regroup and think about how I'm playing the map and how I want to utilize playing around my teammates.
Right, like it's not the worst. It's not like we're playing Air 1 on mall zones or like moray zones, right? It's not the worst, but it's not ideal.
It's not like a Camp Triggerfish zones either, so it's definitely not bad, but like Rissa mentioned, dropping out of office as the attacking team on that flank is critical. Because if the defending team has a chokehold over your own fan, things get really hard to do from snipe, so going to that far left side is sometimes the only thing you can do.
Alright, so bets again, another bet. I'm just gonna empty my wallet here. Do you think we're gonna see more than 5 flanks from Red Shell on that brush?
Ooh.
Or less than 5 flanks. Can we get a poll going in chat? 5 plus or 5 less flanks? We'll figure that out.
Who's gonna be our Red Shell flank counter?
Yeah, can we get someone in chat keeping track of how many times Red Shell flanked? We'll figure it out somehow. I'm not sure that the logistics on this one might be a bit rough, but I'm sure it's IPL. I'm sure they can figure something out.
We'll pull someone out of the woodwork. It's fine.
Yeah. Can we Kraken Mare? Is Kraken Mare in chat? Can you hop into the room and count how many times Red Shell flanks? It'll be fine. But I mean, things will be interesting regardless. I feel like Red Shell is definitely gonna be the biggest contender. Oh, let's go, IPL staff. Make sure to waste all your points here.
I love that you can vote exactly 5.
Oh, excellent! I'm voting more. I'm gonna put all my points in here. Hang on, I have to dump every single point. It's going to be fantastic. But I think Red Shell really is going to be the important one to watch in this game, especially where flanks are so vital, Rays. I think that brush is going to be the one you're going to have to make sure you're calling out every minute of the game.
Oh, absolutely. But even with Red Shell being of critical importance in terms of controlling the map, we also have to worry about Kino, who plays NZAP, controlling the zone. Because ultimately, Red Shell can do whatever he wants, but if Tempest has control of that zone, it doesn't really matter. Like, Tempest can have nowhere else on the map except the zone and still be winning. So while Red Shell is definitely someone to watch, it's also important that we keep an eye on those people painting zones and make sure that they're getting the credit they deserve for sometimes carrying these games extremely hard and extremely under the radar.
I mean, another person to watch is going to have to be on the side of 4Beans, One Shot. I think if you have any chance of keeping everything under control on this map, it's going to be One Shot's leader or snipe, depending on what they bring out, you know? That's going to be incredibly vital, Rissa. Pushing on up into zone while you have an E leader on the other side, just oppressing the entire area is challenging.
Yeah, definitely challenging. And us as the commentators, we can see who's in the lobby too. So they actually, 4Beans has brought One Shot back. And like you said, Lily, I think that's going to be really critical. If One Shot is hitting their shots on this map in particular, it could be really deadly for Tempest.
Tempest is going to have to bring out something to oppress that leader. Now, Raze, if you had to pick one thing, just one thing that you think is the best thing for moving a charger out of position, what do you got?
Missiles. If I'm in the Tempest camp right now, I'm saying Red Shell, Octobrush Nouveau. Don't let One Shot have fun and just slam beacons everywhere. Just make it so that 4Beans can never feel safe anywhere, because there's jump after jump after jump. A good set of beacons is crippling.
I mean, as we all know, missiles are just off meta right now, so no one's obviously going to be playing them.
Of course not.
Not a chance. We do see One Shot on that leader and a squeezer coming out on the side of 4Beans. Rissa, how do you feel about these comps? Anything stand out to you?
The squeezer is actually on Tempest, Drifty here on the squeezer, so I think that's a really good pick. Bubbles can be used really well on this map to get picks or get the zone or push people back. Right now, both teams starting out here with one down on each side, and both teams just trying to stall this out as long as they can so they can either get a pick or, you know, get something going so that they can get the advantage to push in.
And so far, a beautiful inkjet here coming out from Nikaido on that fan and starting to keep things a little bit rough here in mid. It does look like 4Beans is able to maintain control of that zone, so it's all up to Tempest here, Raze, to push on back in, hopefully with this Booyah Bomb.
Yeah, absolutely. Something else I also really want to see from Tempest is I want to see these bubbles come out, and I want to see them sit. Because if these bubbles just sit, we drastically cut down the amount of space that this leader can take in any given position, but they don't even need it.
And that's one thing that we see underutilized with bubbles, is a lot of people like to pop them and just immediately blow them up, immediately try to get those crazy picks. We don't really see them come out and sit as defensive specials or walls a whole lot anymore. So it's definitely something I would love to see coming out here, but Tempest is a little bit locked in, gonna have to pull these missiles out to try to figure out where the members of 4Beans are sitting, Rissa, and what the best place to push back in from will be.
Yeah, Red Shell using those missiles to get 4Beans to push back, and their teammates had their specials to follow up, as Drifty using those bubbles to try and push up, and Elp Enry also push up into their street, but unfortunately both of them go down, and that leaves Tempest in this position again where they have to back up and regroup and figure out how to push in. They do a good job at pushing in and getting the zone, but they can't hold it. They keep having to back up.
Another occasion there where we would love to see those bubbles come out and hold a little bit longer. Raze One Shot in a beautiful position here to try to get some picks and keep this map feeling oppressive.
Yeah, so the one thing I'd really like to see from Tempest when they push in is they do really good at getting onto Snipe. But once they get there, they have trouble staying there. So what I would really like to see Tempest do is just group everyone up in one spot, sit them there, and just not do anything. Don't push them. Because if we can just keep them in a corner while we have zone, we're still winning. We don't actually need to go for these splats. We can just sit here on zone and be absolutely fine. It helps if we get them like they just did here, but we don't need them.
Does look like Tempest is coming back into the street here, trying to push Office, but unfortunately is going to go 2 down on this hold. So the remaining members of their team might have to back on up here just to stay alive. Some battling Booyah Bombs here, Rissa, and 4Beans already taking fairly quick control of mid.
Yeah, both of the 52s on each team were almost doing the Spider-Man meme at each other, just throwing walls at each other, trying to get control of that fan. And Tempest, once again, has 2 of 3 members down. They're constantly in this position where they need to back up and regroup, and 4Beans is just doing a really dominating job at playing safely and making sure they back up when they need to and just holding the zone.
They're doing a really good job here of holding street as well. Just very powerful, commanding positions here. They're going to force Tempest out on the right-hand side, and they're going to have to do it very quickly here in the last 5 ticks. That Booyah Bomb coming out to interrupt zone and flipping it with the help of what looks like another beautiful flank from Red Shell. It does look like we're going to be getting our money's worth out of those points there. And Tempest, unfortunately, back in a not-so-great position here. Raise 2 down, all having to respawn and push right back on out again into 4Beans' control.
Yeah, I don't know what to say. Tempest is just... Yeah, there just wasn't much to say. They couldn't get back into the map in time.
And there was a DC there at the last, 20 seconds of that.
Unfortunate. It really did just feel like Tempest just had a hard time getting a foothold. They were able to retake zone with the help of the specials they had, but anytime they pushed up or anytime they tried to hold an area, they just got a little bit in too deep and unfortunately got picked off by some really powerful shots from 4Beans, and that's an issue. Do you think that's a comp issue, Raze?
No, I don't think it is. The one thing I will say is Tempest had really solid control, but then you saw 2 of their players, I don't remember which ones right offhand, tried to push into Office. I think if we just don't push into Office there, if we funnel everyone to the other side of the map and we can control where they go, I think that would have been a much better play, and I think that would have seen much better results. Because if we can just have Red Shell sitting under some drops, just kind of flicking, saying, "Hi, drop into me, please," no one's going to do that. So I think they got a little overzealous in how they were pushing, and a deep breath and slowing down a little bit would have helped them immensely.
Some of that could be coming off of a little bit of a bit of a sit there. They might have been cold coming into these sets, where 4Beans is very much warm coming out of losers finals. So that, or they heard me talking a little bit earlier, so maybe they heard my bet for bracket reset. Now I bet $5. So I think if we get a bracket reset, y'all need to send me $5. What do you think? Any takers?
Oh, you know what? We have 4 games to go here. I'll think about it.
All right. You let me know. I guess on game 5. You let me know on game 5 if you think you'll have to send me $5. But for now, it does look like you're going to be playing Clamflet's Piranha Pit. Now, I know how Raze feels about this map. Raze has been sitting in on some Cherry Limeade talks where we have some cool strats for this map. What about you, Rissa, though? How do you feel about Clams here?
I actually really enjoy it. I always... As long as you are, not constantly stuck at your basket with the other team scoring, overall I have a really good time on it. I enjoy playing it. I don't enjoy playing it though when Cherry Limeade plays double blob against me.
What? We haven't done that in days.
Days.
Our new fun strategy is blob mixed with bamboo with the bubbles. We're having a really great time with that, which is also suffering. But do you think we'll see any double blobs here, Raze? Do you think any of these teams will pull out a double blob?
Absolutely not. I'm just going to be 100% honest with you. Cherry Limeade is the only team who would ever even consider double blob. So I think us and our viewers are safe from the tyranny that is double blob.
Tyranny, he says. I don't know about that one. I mean, we'll see. Fingers crossed we get to see something exciting. Red Shell, obviously, not always playing brushes, but usually playing brushes. So we can probably guarantee we'll see one of those. It does look like we did get a switch out, so One Shot will not be in this match. So you don't have to worry about our fantastic Charger players switching to a Jet or something to try to accommodate for the speed of Clam Blitz. But I don't know, Rissa, anything you're hoping for or expecting to see from Tempest or from 4Beats this match?
My main thought is when I think about what I'm gonna see on this map and mode combination from Tempest is just seeing, I can just picture it now, Red Shell on that Octobrush just hugging one of the ramps, just waiting to drop down on someone and get some picks like that. I know that's really scary to be against, so that's one thing I'm expecting, and I'm interested. I know that Drift T actually plays multiple weapons, not just Squeezer, so I'm interested if the Squeezer is going to come back, or if we're going to see a different weapon from Drift T this time.
Squeezer wouldn't be a bad pick. Obviously, Bubble's very good on this map mode combo, but I guess we'll have to find out here in a moment. Moving into our Game 2 of our grand finals of SAC Season 4. So something, I guess, to look forward to is hopefully something wacky. Nah, nothing wacky. Raise, anything interesting coming out of these comps? Anything different or intriguing?
The thing that I'm really excited for is Dafter versus Drift T. I want to see the dynamic between the Splashdown and the Bubble user. That's probably going to be the most fun thing in this match, because if Dafter can cancel bubbles on pushes, the push will fall flat. So he has a huge amount of defensive leverage that Drift T is going to have to play around, because if Drift T doesn't play around it, then the bubbles are going to come up very short a lot.
And already in that match, we already saw a little bit of Dafter bullying Drifty and a little bit of counterplay here. Henry coming back in with his 52. We do see some clam control on either side, but it looks like Tempest is going to be getting this first push in here with these two specials being popped. Rissa, things are getting interesting.
They are. I love that as soon as Tempest got one member down of 4 beans, they immediately rushed to start pushing the basket. You can see Red Shell's the last member up, safely jumps out before he throws one more clam in. Overall, a decent starting push, but of course Clam Blitz, Piranha Pit can just change in an instant. But I do love that Tempest didn't take any time to hesitate and got a push in immediately.
They did a fantastic job here getting control of mid. They do have one member down, so this push might hesitate a moment if they don't get a few interesting picks here. Red Shell going down here, Raze, and looks like the rest of the members of Tempest are pushed right back on this back area, trying to defend this basket.
Yeah, both these teams' defense here in the first minute and a half have been fantastic. Playing around steps really well, making sure the other team can't get clams, but also putting someone under basket as a deterrent, saying, you can't push here. That being said, a deterrent of a single player against an entire team isn't much of a deterrent at all. So we're going to see this super jump come out and get this power clam in for a push that can potentially KO the game.
We're seeing the members of Tempest here trying to rush in, try to stop this bleeding. 4 beans doesn't have any more clams to go in the basket, but they did get 3 down on the side of Tempest. So Tempest is going to have to take a breather, take a moment here to try to regain some of mid, and it's not going to be easy with the members of 4 beans already in position here, Rissa.
Yeah, not going to be easy with Lex doing exactly what we saw Lex do on Wahoo Zones, using that wall to just sit and hold a position. He does such a good job at that, and with 4 beans having this mid control and Lex being there to hold mid along with them, it's just looking like it might be a little bit difficult, but hey, guess what? Tempest took what I said and said, hey, you know what? Never mind. We're going to get 3 members down of 4 beans and score and continue to try and score.
They get this lead. They are going to need a few more clams to get in. It looks like the members of Tempest running around trying to find these clam spawns on this map. Raise. Things are getting down dangerous. 2 down, 3 down now on the side of Tempest, and that might have stemmed the bleeding.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, I just want to call back to how clean both these teams' defenses have been. Even though the scores are so low, they've been small blitz pushes of one team getting 2 powers and the other team instantly saying, no, you can't get any more. So, this is a low-scoring game, but it is for sure a very good one.
Absolutely a fantastic back and forth here from these two teams. 4 beans getting ready for their next push. Tempest desperately trying to stop it. Unfortunately, 2 drop in front of basket and are going to get picked off by the members of 4 beans, and they have enough clams here to end the game. And do. That was That was very back and forth, but it did feel like 4Beans is still a little bit more warm than Tempest, Rissa.
Yeah, it's really, like, it feels, as a commentator, we always say, okay, the team going into Grands coming from losers, you know, they were just playing, they're warmed up, they know their strategies, they're warmed up and playing around each other, and that's what it's feeling like here exactly. 4Beans, they have a groove going, they have a tempo going, and they're really showing us that they have it, and they're just doing such a good job at playing around each other in these first 2 games.
Honestly, it's fantastic. And now we're going back to Tempest, another Tempest counter pick. Do you think we'll see more clams, Raze?
I hope we see more clams. Both teams were very even on clams. I think it was a very fun mode to watch. I think we would be getting a treat if we saw more clams, but realistically, I expect us to go back to something like a tower control or a Splat Zones pick.
So Raze, as a TO for SAC, can you rig it?
Can I rig? No, I cannot rig it.
Dang. We had to try, we had to try. Get some more clams here any way we can. But Raze just doesn't want to play along.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not on the TO desk today, so I can't pull any strings, message any match chats,
Dang. Honestly, that's just the worst part. Could you try? Do you take bribes?
No, I don't.
Hey, Rissa, do you take bribes? Can you rig it?
No comment.
Excellent, diplomatic as always. As always, love to see it. It does look like we have our next pick in. We're going to be moving on to Tower Control Inkblot, which, we saw a little bit earlier. 4Beans has already played on this map mode. I'm sure everyone has played on this map mode at some point today, but Tower Control Inkblot is going to be interesting. Personally, Reyes, I think this favors Tempest. What do you think?
I should hope it favors Tempest, since it is their counter pick. But I agree. I do think it favors Tempest. The fluid nature of the compositions they run, they don't really run an anchor. The most range they have is either a Squeezer or a Nautilus. I think does suit Inkblot very nicely. They can out-skirmish 4Beans, I think, and 4Beans also doesn't really have anywhere to run on this map from, like, Brush, from the red shell on Brush, and something like if we see Bubbles again, the Bubbles are going to be absolutely devastating. So this counter pick, I do think, is favored towards Tempest, yes.
And what about you, Rissa? Who do you think is going to dominate this one?
This is one where I'm just, like, stuck in the middle because of how well 4Beans is in playing. But like Raves was saying, I can see the specials being utilized really well for Tempest. If they can get them to a position where they can utilize them, stall out a little bit more, wait for specials a little bit more. I could see them playing this really well. I'm just so torn between the two teams for this one. I could see it going either way.
Yeah, and same. I think Tempest is warming up these past couple games, and things have already been fairly close, at least last game they were, so I see no reason things couldn't be close again this time, especially since this is going to be a Tempest counterpick. Hopefully they've picked a map that they think not only will favor themselves, but also put 4Beans at a bit of a disadvantage. We do see that one shot is not going to be in this game, so we're not going to be seeing that leader coming back, but we will hopefully see some more fun K-Sheen action, Raze.
Yeah, K-Machine here is going to be good, and like I said, it's going to brings back that dynamic between the Squeezer and the K-Machine of, well, what's going to happen? I get cursed, there's no K-Machine, or no, Squeezer, but I still really like the K-Machine pick here, especially with Splashdown and Double Fizzy to make sure that the other team never feels comfortable no matter what they're doing.
And even if they don't have that special advantage with the Splashdown, they still have a beautiful weapon to fight around tower with the actual machine itself. Things already getting off to a good start here. Drifty pushing on forward and trying to create some space for their team, and they've already tapped tower, so that was fast.
That was really fast, and I like that they have specials already at the ready. Some big weapon switched ups. Henry was playing 52, is now playing Nautilus. Drifty is now playing 52 instead of Enry, and then they switched out Kino for Fire on the NZAP. So I'm wondering, I mean, I was going to say I'm wondering if these weapon and player switch-ups is really going to help them, but they just got a complete wipe on 4 Beans.
Beautiful job here from Tempest. 4 Beans gonna have to work pretty hard to get back into mid here. That second checkpoint already being tickled and maybe broken, while Tempest has some more specials to pop on the way to the third checkpoint. Raise, this is getting bad.
Yeah, stopping this push right here is really, really good, but 4 Beans has to paint all of mid. They can't just run forward here. If they just run forward here into the Knots loving arms, then the Nautilus is going to do what the Nautilus does best and just shred. So if I'm 4 Beans, I'm trying to slowly move my way forward while I'm poking with fizzies and using specials.
And as we've seen so far from Tempest, all of the members of Tempest are capable of a very good flank. We've seen that time and time again, Rissa, and already we're seeing 2 or 3 members down here from 4 Beans, and Tempest moving right back up on for another chance at that third checkpoint.
Yeah, they do. All of them can do a decently great job at flanking, and they have a lot of aggression with this lineup and these weapons, so it's proving really well for them. Red Shell pushing up with this hammer in the bats area, trying to just not even necessarily get a pick, but act as a really good distraction, does get a pick though along with it, and Tempest is sitting really good as they are back on the tower on the other team's plat.
Tempest can just...
Go ahead.
Go.
Red Shell's doing a fantastic job holding those bats there, and Tempest is doing a fantastic job just stalling out here in mid and keeping things moving. Raze, what do you think is the strong point here for Tempest? What does 4 Beans need to do to pull this back through?
I think the one thing that Tempest really has an advantage here is how fast they can move forward. I think if we can just get them in a position where we know where they're all coming from and just simplify this game down, I think 4 Beans can do a really good job, like especially with Dafter sitting right here. Now there's just people dropping in a plat and we can simplify it for the rest of our team.
It does look like 4 Beans is going to be able to clear this second checkpoint, which is important. Even if they have to back off here, even if they have several members down and have to stop this push, at least they broke second checkpoint. They have all of the checkpoints broken so far that they need in order to win the game, Rissa. They have another swing at it. There's still 1 minute and 40 left in this game.
There is still another 1 minute and 40 left. It's going to be really interesting how this plays out. I mean, both teams have 1 member down. Right now, 4 Beans essentially has 2 members down, 2 members that are going to be coming from spawn. I'm wondering, Tempest, they know that they have the lead here. They just need to make sure they get this mid control. Right now, they don't have it, and 4 Beans has a lot of pink ink on the ground.
Plenty of ink here, and they did a fantastic job retaking some of this control, but Tempest is going to be touching that tower yet again. At this point, it feels like they're just putting on pressure, Raze. They don't really need to push. A minute left in the game, though, it's in their benefit to keep that tower moving.
Absolutely. Tempest is doing the best they can right here, just keeping the pressure up. Unfortunately, going down to that bomb is, well, not the best play, but it's the opening that 4 Beans needs to maybe try and claw their way back into this game.
Things are still a little bit rough here. 4 Beans needs to get the paint going before they can get the tower moving, and they do have that tower approaching that second checkpoint yet again. 2 members down the side of Tempest. Things are getting beautiful here with Dafter's amazing picks on the side of Tempest, and Tempest trying as hard as possible to try to hold that second checkpoint.
They are. If I was 4 Beans right now, their push was starting out so well. They had 3 members down of Tempest, but Tempest here back, regrouping, getting control of their bats and their plat area, guarding the tower with their life. I mean, 2 members down of 4 Beans. It's looking like Tempest finally has this game in the bag. They are able to secure it, and we are still in it. They are still in it. No bracket reset yet.
Yet is the important part there. I still called it. Listen. Tempest, if you just want to DC next game or something, just like kick the router. It's fine.
Wiggle the Ethernet plug, if you will.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind. Yeah, just maybe I'll slip Red Shell $5 too.
You're just absolutely balling it up today. Money left, right, and center.
Listen, it's Saturday. I'm always corrupt on Saturdays. It's just how it goes. So, that puts us in an interesting position, right? So Tempest did win that one. Means we do continue. We don't get a bracket reset just yet. However, that does mean we do get a 4Beans counterpick. Now, we haven't seen 4Beans counterpick too much so far. But what we have seen, if I remember correctly, has been mostly zones and tower control. Are we expecting more of the same? Do we think... Raise, do you think we're going to see maybe some Rainmaker in this mix? We haven't seen Rainmaker at all yet.
I don't think it would suit 4Beans to pick Rainmaker, unfortunately. What Tempest, like, again, the person we keep talking about, whose name we can't stop saying, Red Shell on the Octo Brush, the fluidity of having that brush on your team, they can be anywhere, just, it wouldn't suit 4Beans to try and counterpick them to Rainmaker, I don't think. Because you would have to have such a tighter grip on the game in order to move forward, unless they were going to try and just cheese a win out, if you will. Just kind of everyone run at Rainmaker and just kind of blitz it forward as fast as you can and not give Red Shell time to respond.
Yeah, for sure. That's an issue, right? I think if you're in 4Beans' position, you want to pick a map that not only favors you, but is going to be a problem for the members of Tempest. Now, a lot of teams, we don't do a whole lot of counterpicking, to be quite honest, in our scene. Usually counterpicking is reserved for finals and grands, and a lot of teams don't have as much practice on it. So a lot of teams don't usually get the opportunity, Rissa, to think about not only what's going to benefit them, but what's going to be a disadvantage for the other team. Do you think that these teams at this point in their SAC career have had enough counterpick to be able to judge that?
I think personally, these two teams in particular do have enough experience to be able to judge that and be able to judge what might be able to counter the other team. Both teams have been playing constantly in high mid-level, and I feel like they definitely do have the experience, and especially against each other, to know what they might be good at against one team or the other, or what the other team might be bad at.
And it's definitely a challenging assessment to make, right? Like it's hard to figure out that balance, especially on the fly in the middle of a tournament set. It's something you kind of have to discuss beforehand. So I find teams that are pickups tend to struggle with that. And luckily we have two teams here that are fairly solid and practice together and against each other often enough to know what might benefit them. So we are going to be seeing some more tower control, some more of the same. So I think 4Beans at this point is fairly confident in their strengths. Tower control on Anchovy this time. It feels like an interesting pick to me, Raze. Do you think that this is just one of their strengths, or do you think that they're thinking about the Tempest matchup as well?
4Beans is probably picking to their strength. Because I still think that the brush is going to get some solid value here. And also, I don't know how 4Beans plans on contesting the high grounds in Street. Their composition, actually, I just thought about it. Dafter is going to be a menace in Street with Fizzies and his machine, but the problem then becomes, well, what if we can't get to Street? So I think this is definitely 4Beans kind of catering to Dafter on the machine and trying to say, we're going to play to our strengths instead of your weaknesses.
It's very possible, and even more than that, they might have picked this because it does look like they switched one shot back in, pulling out that back line to contest a little bit more of that extra range there. Things are getting started, things are tense here. Rissa, I'm calling in. We're gonna go to bracket reset.
You're calling it? You're confident?
Yep.
Okay. All right. If 4Beans wins this, I might be with you on this. This is 4Beans counterpick. This is the game that they need to win in order to cause a bracket reset. So I might be with you on that, Lily.
I think this is possible. I think this is incredibly possible. We are going to see one shot on that Jet, a beautiful pick, though I'm going to miss the Charger a little bit. It does look like they're going to get some fairly early control here in mid, and Tempest already pushing up fairly aggressively right up into 4Beans' zones. Raze, things are looking very aggressive here from Tempest. Are you liking the look of this aggression?
I think this is really good aggression, yeah, because again, the big problem to solve here in this game is how are we going to deal with Street? How are we going to deal with that high ground? And if Tempest gets the early advantage in this, then they can force the other team to solve it on their time while poking them all. And just look at the control that Tempest has in Street. Like, even with this jet ring, this tower doesn't stop moving. It just keeps walking forward, just keeps moving forward with Henry suppressing the high ground. Like, if I'm 4Beans, I'm panicking.
Tempest is doing an amazing job maintaining this control, getting this beautiful pressure here from Henry with that Inkjet, and already clearing second checkpoint and approaching third checkpoint. This is do or die moment here for 4Beans, Rissa. This is bad.
This is so bad for 4Beans. I mean, Red Shell just pushing up with that hammer, getting 2 picks off of that, and now the third checkpoint is cleared. There's only one member up. Drifty left up of Tempest there, getting jumps in. Also, Fire jumping in. We're seeing Drifty doing everything they can to try and stall this out to get jumps in, but oh my gosh, this is so chaotic. It looks like finally 4Beans has gotten a hold of the tower as Tempest has gotten it all the way down to 5.
I'm sweating right now. 4Beans has an uphill battle ahead of them. 3 minutes left in this game. We're almost halfway through, and Tempest pushed to 5 Rays. What does 4Beans even do now? They just need to win.
Yeah, 4Beans just needs to, they need to win. They need to get into Street, and they need to do it convincingly. They need to not lose anyone going to Street. They need to break checkpoint super convincingly, and that's not even considering how Tempest can drop out of office and wrap around them for mid. Like, 4Beans needs to control literally the entire map. In 2.5 minutes, they need to somehow get it into advantage, turf the entire map, and then not only have turf on it, but actually control it, but threaten lethal pressure on people who overextend. And I don't know how they plan on doing that.
They have the weapons they need. They all paint fairly well, but Tempest is not letting up on their aggressive power. Lex here trying to go for a sneaky flank in mid, gonna get some paint down and a booyah going, but one of their teammates already down on the defense, and Tempest is still pushing forward, Rissa. This is looking dominant for Tempest. Tempest is doing such a good job here. This looks like nothing we've seen so far from them.
I know, it's like a switch turned on and suddenly Tempest is just on their A game. And I love that they pushed the tower up a little bit, but then they backed up and regrouped because, you know, the more that they can push the tower up into 4Beans Street, the harder it is going to be for 4Beans to get all that map control like Raze was talking about. And 4Beans right now hasn't gotten quite in that position to be able to get that map control they need to get a push going.
4Beans is doing a really good job trying to get that paint in mid and trying to move on up forward, but they can't do both at the same time, and it looks like they're panicking just a little bit. Some beautiful flanks here coming in from 4Beans, so they do finally get a full wipe here, Raze, and things are getting moving finally.
So I said I didn't know how 4Beans was going to get enough map control to be able to convincingly move through Street, but they solved the answer. They went top right up across the fan, the part that people don't think about, and then Tempest just shattered. They didn't expect that on the defense, and now with Lex up here, just absolutely throwing walls, getting missed, throwing booyahs, they have to move Lex or they just lose the game. The ball is in Tempest's court.
4Beans is already on that third checkpoint working to clear it, counting down, and unfortunately going to have to pause there for a second. 3 members going down on the side of 4Beans. Lex, the last one up here, going to pop that booyah and keep things a little bit distracting for a while. They have 30 seconds left in this game to still keep some things going, but that tower is already on its way back to mid, Rissa. If they don't go and pick up that tower soon, they're going to be in trouble.
Oh my gosh. They are going to be in trouble. I'm on the edge of my seat right now. If I was Tempest, you know, where do you go from this? Do you focus the left side out of your spawn? There's constantly jumps coming out. Right now, though, no one on the tower. As the tower is getting reset into mid, Chicha going to go ahead and jump on the tower, start trying to push it, but there is one member down of 4Beans, as we saw that Stingray come out from 4Beans. Oh, okay. Just like that. Beautiful. I love that Tempest just backed up, held their street, and just kind of let 4Beans use their specials. They were able to safely jump on the tower and take this game 4.
That was incredible. That was incredible. Tempest did a fantastic job trying to get things stable. They had an amazing first push at the beginning of that game and pulled things on back through 4 beans. Managed to get their own incredible push coming back through again, but a little bit too late, not able to sustain it all the way to that extreme lead. I'm sweating. My wallet is sweating right now, Race. My wallet is sweating because I think I'm going to lose.
You might. If Tempest did an absolutely fantastic job on that last push, I said they needed to go top right and deal with Lex, but they proved me wrong. They said, no, we don't need to deal with him. He's not the tower. And they just swarmed tower and won the fight because they put 4 beans on the back foot. They forced 4 beans to keep jumping in, and they couldn't sustain the jumps for long enough because as soon as you touched the ground, they just exploded. Tempest recomposed themselves on that defense so well. As soon as they lost street, they're like, we got the answer. We understand. We know what the next step is, even though we just lost this area of the map. And it was like textbook. It was amazing.
It really did feel like once they got into that do or die position where 4 beans was on that checkpoint, that 3rd checkpoint, trying to break it, Tempest just took a breath and they said, we got this. We have time. We can count this down, Rissa. There's not a problem. We got this. And they pulled through. They managed to get the picks they needed. They managed to pull people away. They flooded that tower and pulled it back to mid. It felt like they really just controlled themselves and didn't give in to the panic.
Yeah, there was that moment where the camera was on that right side and we saw Henry and I think someone else going over to look at Lex on that far right. And there was just this moment where Tempest stopped and I realized, hey, we don't need to be looking at Lex. We need to focus the tower. And that's exactly what they did. As soon as they got the tower cleared and they stopped looking at Lex on the right side, everything just fell into place for them. And that was a beautiful call on their part.
Honestly, it really was. And 4 beans honestly worked really hard throughout that match to try to regain after that really devastating push that Tempest got in really early in the game. They had the rest of the game to try to pull that through. And honestly, being able to push all the way to 3rd checkpoint on this map is hard. It's incredibly hard. So the fact that they were able to pull it through was just, it was incredible. It was fantastic.
Absolutely. I said we probably wouldn't see Rainmaker. There it is. Blackbelly Rainmaker is going to be the deciding of this first set of grand finals. Tempest could end it all right here, right now, or 4 beans could send us to a bracket reset.
I considered saying it, that if you're going to pick a Blackbelly or a Rainmaker map, it should probably be Blackbelly. And I'm kind of proud. I feel like somewhere up in Splatoon heaven, the members of Ink TV are smiling down and pleased to see Rainmaker Blackbelly here in a grand finals by the choice of the players. Mind you, I still remember back in the day when people thought this was awful and rioted in the streets when people tried to put it in map lists. Rissa, have you been around long enough to remember the days when Blackbelly was illegal?
So that's like right when I was starting to get into comp, and I remember seeing that, and I was kind of like, what? But now it's just norm for me, so I wasn't really hardcore into comp when that was happening, but I do remember kind of watching it and being just illiterate on it and being like, what? And I didn't really get it.
What do you feel about it now? Do you like playing Rainmaker here?
You know, in terms of a Rainmaker map, I surprisingly do like it because it's not like Manta where it just you can just I mean, it can snowball, of course, because it's Rainmaker, but
yes.
Yeah, of course, but it can happen not quite as fast, and I think I like it. I'm partial to it.
That's good. What about you, Rayz? I know that you're more of a on the TO side than the player side these days, but how do you feel about Rainmaker Blackbelly?
It's very exciting to watch.
Mm-hmm.
You get a minute into the game, and then there's a big breakaway, and it's amazing.
Rainmaker tends to be like that a lot. I find this map in particular more so. This one is tense more than half the time and fun to watch for the viewers. We do see some interesting picks here already. Okay, so an orange zap coming out on the side of 4 beans. Love to see it. Some extra missiles coming through, but we do have the loss of the ray, so I guess we'll see if the missiles are going to pull on through here, Issa. Things are already getting off to a pretty good start.
Yeah, missiles already coming out from 4beans, and with them having that missile weapon, they are actually playing with no armor. So that pick is proving to be very good for them, as they already got 3 members down of Tempest. Nikiato going ahead and getting that 4th pick. Also, 4beans knows that they can just rush the Rainmaker right now and get points.
They surely do know that, yes. They're already pushing up to the 20-point mark and might even dunk this, and picked off last second by Tempest. Tempest needs to stop this immediately if they don't want to go to a bracket reset. And from here on, they still need to push all the way to dunking it. Raze, this is just as bad for Tempest as last game was for 4beans.
You're absolutely correct. I thought that push was so decisive, was so fast. I thought it was just going to end. With the Booyah coming in and the splashdown, the Rainmaker just walking forward, I thought the game was going to end. But now we see Tempest here in a fantastic position to actually continue moving this Rainmaker forward.
Tempest doing a fantastic job here trying to stall things. They do unfortunately go down, but it's 2 down on either side with some specials up for Tempest. Red Shield going for some sneaky flanks, unfortunately not going to get the pick on Chicha, coming in clutch with that orange zap and managing to stall things out on the right side here. I think that's the problem with this right side push, Rissa. Things can stall a little bit longer than you'd like them to, especially when you need to push all the way to a dunk.
Yeah, it can get really, I think a good word is like awkward. It can get really awkward, you know, it stalls out longer than you want. And sometimes you need to rethink your plan and maybe go back into mid. We're seeing Tempest here. I think they're actually doing that. They're switching back and deciding to push through the right side, came through mid here. They do have the hammer at the ready, so I'm wondering if they're going to try and get a position to try and utilize that. Booyah Bomb coming out from Lex too. I love that 4beans just holding positions and not necessarily pushing in too much.
Absolutely. They know that they have some room to give. They don't need to rush Rainmaker to make sure they can hold the lead, because pretty much the only lead they need to hold is the end of the game. They have some time here, Raze, to be able to just chill in mid a little bit and put some paint down. And things, that said, are still pretty contentious here. There's a lot of firefighting happening here in mid.
Yeah, absolutely. If I'm Tempest, I just want this Rainmaker to sit here in mid. I don't want to be on either side of the map, really. The reason I want to center it is because I move from one awkward position in their half pipe to another awkward position in my half pipe. But if I keep it in mid, I can keep my path flexible. So that's really what I want to see from Tempest here, is I want to see them leverage the flexibility of their composition when it comes to pushing.
Looks like they're already moving on up here incredibly quickly. Some bubbles coming out and pushing all the way up almost to this pedestal. 2 down on the side of 4beans, and a Booyah coming out to stall the Rainmaker even more, getting picked off. Beautiful placement on that Booyah Bomb, Rissa. They did a fantastic job stalling that through.
They did such a good job. That was almost a complete push for Tempest, but man, 4beans came back on the defense very clutchly with that to be able to stop that. So that was so close. I was on the edge of my seat, and you can see 4beans knows they already need to push up, get that mid control pressure, and I love that they let the Rainmaker reset too. That's going to put them in a really good position.
They have a lot of paint down here in mid, and Tempest is in trouble. They have a minute left in this game to have to try to pull this back if they don't want to play at least another 3 games. And they're going to have to work incredibly hard to get that through. They're already 3 down, Raze, and things aren't looking so good for them. What do they need to do here? This is not looking super good for them.
I don't know what Tempest needs to do. I don't know if there's a reasonable way for them to get back into this game other than someone popping off. And that just never feels good to say. It's never, I need someone to get a quad. It's very possible and it's doable, but I don't see a way that they get this Rainmaker off snipe in time to then get another push.
That's the dangerous part here. 30 seconds left in the game, and we do see a beautiful hammer pick here from Red Shell coming in, trying to get this something moving up with this Booyah Bomb and the brush flailing around wildly, Rissa. This might be it. Do you think this is it?
I don't know. We're seeing Drifty coming out with these bubbles, and we see Henry pushed up in these bubbles. 2 members down of 4beans right now. Fire in control of the Rainmaker. They need to make sure. No, they didn't see Lex behind them in the hills. That was great from Lex to just come around behind them. They did not see Lex there. And that means that 4Beans takes this set 3-2, and we are going to see a bracket reset.
So it looks like I don't have to pay anybody $5 this time. I did call a bracket reset, and my wallet is sitting pretty. Rissa, does that mean I win? Do you need to send me $5 now? You never agreed. Heck.
Yeah, I think I thought about it, and
yeah,
I'm not gonna.
Yeah, understandable. Yeah, you also thought there was gonna be a bracket reset. So
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I get it. Unfortunate, but that does mean we get to see some more Splatoon here. And I mean, bracket resets, Race. We don't see bracket resets every day.
No, we don't. A lot of formats have stopped doing double elimination because their tournaments at night. But here in the middle of the afternoon, we can do some bracket resets. We can watch more fantastic games of Splatoon between these two teams.
Are you telling me you don't want to do a bracket reset at 2 a.m.?
Absolutely not.
Are you sure?
I am 100% positive I want to go to bed.
We all know you don't sleep, Raze. Come on.
The viewers don't.
Come on.
Play along.
Right. Yeah, Raze has a very early bedtime, so he needs to not watch bracket resets. So unfortunately, we see a lot of single elim nowadays. But I mean, that's kind of par for the course for weekday tourneys, But I find like even on weekend tourneys, we don't get to see a bracket reset, so it really is a treat. Now, that said, with the bracket reset, we move back into a preset map and then back into counterpicks after it. So our first preset map here is Splat Zones on Piranha Pit. We saw a bit of Piranha Pit earlier, Rissa, and we saw it in Clam Blitz, but I don't think we've seen zones yet, have we?
Not that I've been watching. I was thinking the same thing for just now. Like, I've seen Clam Blitz twice since I've been watching the stream. So, haven't seen Zones Piranha Pit, and I'm wondering, I mean, the last time we saw these two teams play Clam Blitz Piranha Pit, it was super close. It was back and forth constantly. Of course, Zones, different strategies come into play for Zones Piranha Pit, but I'm wondering if it'll be back and forth like we saw earlier.
It very honestly could be, and honestly, both these teams are pretty fired up now. 4Beans fired up after that last game, and getting the bracket reset, being able to have a chance to push this all the way and take the entire event. And now we have Tempest, hopefully fired up as well. Losing that bracket reset and needing to prove themselves here again, and they know they're capable. They know they can take 4Beans, and I think we're going to see a lot more really close games. We are going to be seeing One Shot coming back in here. Raze, do you think we're going to be seeing some more Jet play on this map?
I wouldn't be surprised. One Shot has been playing a majority of Leader this set, so I personally hope it's Leader. I like Leader more than I like Jet, honestly. So that's where my preference lies, but I do know that the Jet Squelcher is a very popular pick here for how oppressive its paint can be at long range.
Yeah, that absolutely makes sense, and you're going to get your wish granted. We do see that E-Leader coming back out from One Shot, a beautiful treat, and nothing too out of the ordinary on the side of Tempest. We do see a Junior, so I know I'm very excited. I'm sure Rissa is as well. Things getting off to already a contentious start. It looks like Red Shell going down very early, and 4Beans already going to take some pretty commanding control of mid here. Rissa, what happened with Red Shell? Do you think that was just a one-off easy pick?
I'm guessing it was. I didn't necessarily see what happened, but I'm guessing, someone utilized their range and was just able to poke at Red Shell and get that pick right away. That was a really, really good start for 4Beans, but I love that with Red Shell back in action here with Tempest, able to jump in and immediately get a trade. And right now, with 2 members down of 4Beans, Tempest looks like they've done a pretty good swap on this in taking control of the zones.
Do you think, Rissa, that the extra range coming up from 4Beans here is going to be a problem for Red Shell going forward?
Honestly, as we saw that Nautilus poke at Red Shell just then, I think that is going to be a problem. This is a wide open map, and with that extra range, I think that's really going to come into play to be really helpful for 4Beans against Red Shell and Tempest.
We do see Tempest here struggling a little bit, 2 members down and losing control of that zone. Members of 4Beans getting some really good paint and trying to call out Red Shell here on this sneaky push. Is going to get almost a jump out raise, but 4Beans doing a fantastic job locking them down.
Yeah, 4Beans is absolutely doing a good job. The one thing that I think 4Beans can do a little bit better is just getting turf down and restricting Red Shell even more. Oh, that jump is so unfortunate. But the fact that Red Shell could even get into their hill to begin with, or bump, excuse me, is just a fact of like, we need to just DR the ground a little bit more and just be even more commanding with our control.
Absolutely, and that's kind of really what's missing here, right? Is they're doing a really good job keeping the members of Tempest down, but it feels like they're slipping a little bit in the paint department, which, I mean, they have all the tools at their disposal to be able to do. Drifty getting pushed out here by a beautiful inkjet from Nikaido. Nikaido's inkjets are terrifying to me, Rissa, and I never want to fight one ever.
I don't either. That was, to be on the receiving end of that inkjet sounds terrifying to me. And it's proving to play out really well, as the zones right now are just kind of juggling back and forth. Red Shell once again with a hammer trying to throw it to get a pick, but Nikaido is proving to be such like a kryptonite for Red Shell, just popping off here, getting 3 members down on Tempest. You know, that range is really coming into play on the Nautilus versus Tempest.
I mean, we said that the 4Beans was all fired up from that win and that bracket reset, and they are definitely proving it here. It does look like Tempest is having more problems than we've seen so far, trying to get in and maintain this map. It does look like 3 specials coming out here, and gonna have to contest also the specials raise from 4Beans themselves, but they're gonna have to cap that zone quick.
Yeah, we just saw an absolute brawl of specials, everything getting popped that every team had. And now we're just in the post where we're just trying to hold these zones if we're Tempest and just try to KO this game with the number advantage we have. Walking forward, just bare minimum making sure that, excuse me, the other team doesn't flip the zone.
It's very difficult here. They did manage to get the control back of that zone. Tempest in a do-or-die situation here. A minute left, and they do have not only a bit of a penalty to burn through, but quite a few points on the actual ticker as well. 4Beans, minute left. They have some time to sit pretty. I feel like, Rissa, if you're 4Beans, you're not super concerned yet.
Yeah, not super concerned yet. They're doing a pretty good job at constantly getting picks onto Tempest, but they do have to reach a point, you know, we're pushing up here, 45 seconds left of this match, no penalty points right now for Tempest. They're starting to have to get to that point where they really have to think about how they're going to push back in and secure this zone.
They're doing a really good job of it so far. Already down to 25, 30 seconds left on the clock, and 20 ticks left. 4Beans at this point is probably sweating. They do need to interrupt that zone, and fairly quickly. They do have 2 members down on Tempest, and they are trying to challenge that zone at least for an interrupt so the rest of the members can come in and paint. But things are getting pretty dangerous here. 14 seconds left on the clock, and Tempest is contesting this zone powerfully. They do swing the lead, and 4Beans is in trouble. They are managing to try to contest this final zone, but with only a second left, they aren't going to manage to swing it in time to take us to overtime, giving the first game rather spectacularly to Tempest there. Raze, what happened?
What happened? The question that everyone wants to answer, even me. It just... The brawl at the end of the game just favored the more brawly comp of Tempest. The structure of the game started melting away, so the E-leader from one shot couldn't get as much value, and then Red Shell can just run around and do whatever he wants. Like, 4Beans has the challenge with the conventional anchor of saying, this is the game, this is how we play it, and you can't do it. Like, that was why 4Beans was in such good control, such firm control of the game from the beginning, is that the Nautilus was just making sure that no one stepped out of line. But as soon as the Nautilus was unable to do that, things just kind of went out of control for Tempest. And they won because of it.
We saw a really good firefight for sure. Things were contentious beyond belief. And honestly, 4Beans spent most of that game sitting pretty and not super worried about what was going on. So it could just be they got a little bit too relaxed, and then Tempest needed that last-ditch effort to be able to pull on through, but they managed to do it. I'm calling a game 5 again, Rissa. Do you think we're gonna see the game 5?
You know what? I kind of think so. This has been so back and forth. The games have been back and forth. The scores have been back and forth. I could see another Game 5 happening, absolutely.
All right. And I mean, this kind of competition is really nice to see, right? Like, especially in a grand finals of a circuit, right? You love to see not just your best teams, but two teams that are fairly evenly matched and fairly close in play style as well, trying to duke it out here. Because neither of these teams, I mean, Tempest is a little bit more aggressive and tends to run a little bit less of the more ranged comps, but that doesn't mean that Four Beans can't match them, Rays, for firepower. Four Beans is doing a fantastic job so far, even in the brawls.
Oh, I completely agree. Like, the fact that Four Beans is even here to begin with is a testament to how they can contest in terms of firepower. Like, again, we've been talking about, like, Dafter and Lex quite a bit. In, like, Dafter on the machine doing, like, canceling specials and poking and just clutching some situations out, and then, like, Lex and just holding and just saying, this is my area, you can't have it, go somewhere else.
They're doing a really good job of it too, and it's wild. Like, less mentioned so far has been Chicha, but not to downplay Fire and Chicha on opposing teams, of course. But their support play has been impeccable. Neither team seems to be struggling too hard for paint. They always seem to have specials available when they need them, and I'm honestly pretty impressed so far with the synergy, to use lack of a better word, on these two teams. But moving into our second game here in our grand finals bracket reset, we are going to be seeing zones on Wahoo, and things are already starting to look a little bit off. We're going to see the members of Tempest already taking a dominant control of mid and pushing on up Rissa. The members of Four Beans having to jump out and reposition themselves for a retake.
Yeah, I love that they jumped back. They know that they need to get in a position to reset. And this main weapon switch up here, Fire on this 10 umbrella. I like this on Wahoo zones. Just using this curler rush to just add this pressure, that's so good for them. They are just getting points down for their team right now. Finally, though, Four Beans starting to use specials. They recognize they got two members down with Tempest, and this is their chance to be able to push in and get the zone.
And that's it. Tempest was doing a really good job just holding that front line and putting on the pressure to make sure that Four Beans didn't feel safe moving in until the moment Rays and Four Beans just said, no, that's enough. We have our specials. We have a couple lucky picks. We're going to go in with them.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think that you're exactly correct. The big challenge for Beans is going to be dealing with this tent, because once you deal with this tent, the rest of the composition gets more manageable, because now my leader can again start doing things, because that's kind of the targeted pick that I feel like is that dynamic between the tent and the leader. So if the tent stays alive, then the leader's going to have a really hard job, and well, if we remove the tent, then the leader can actually start having more fun. And that's really what I think this match comes down to.
That dynamic is really important. One Shot is an incredibly powerful and incredibly skilled charger, so you don't want them to be chained down a little bit. You want them to have free range to apply this pressure, especially since you know that Tempest doesn't run any weapons that can really challenge an E-leader from a distance. They're going to have to be relying on that 10 umbrella to push on in. Now, Rissa, do you think that things are going to be in Tempest's favor for the majority of this match? Things so far seem to be pretty Tempest heavy.
Yeah, I think so far it's looking like it's a really good matchup for them. I mean, they do have two members down right now, but they have been doing a really good job at, even though if they have members down, you can see right now Red Shell jumping into Fire on the 10 umbrella. They're doing a really good job at holding positions and not completely backing out of mid. And I think that's really helping them so far.
Beautiful pick there, being able to take that tent down, and Four Beans back in control in this mid area. This map race tends to be fairly lockout heavy, and it looks like Four Beans is on their way to a pretty solid lockout.
Yeah, no, absolutely. If Tempest wants to get back into this map, I think they're probably going to have to just dump some specials on zone to get themselves space, and then once they're on zone, they can worry about flipping it, but they need to get there first. And as I say that, they get onto this zone, and now they need to worry about flipping it.
Now, contesting against that Euler paint. 4Beans does manage to hold on to it, and Tempest is 2 down. Rissa, things are getting pretty rough here. 20 seconds ticks left on that clock, and Tempest has to move soon if they want to be able to take that zone back.
They do have to move soon. Red Shell doing everything he possibly can to get picks and also push into zone. You saw members of Tempest also jumping in to try and help Red Shell be able to get in a position to paint the zone. But with the points counting down right now, Tempest is just doing everything they can to push into the zone, but they couldn't quite get there, and 4Beans is going to take game 2.
Still calling a game 5, y'all. It's still there. Anyone want to match me? Rissa? Want to match me? Game 5? I'll take your silences as yeses. So excellent. Now, as important as that tent was, we did see a 0 KA coming out from that tent umbrella, but I did still feel like Fire was incredibly dominant. I think that's something that's a little bit underplayed in competitive. The importance of putting on pressure and not even necessarily getting those kill follow-ups. Still incredibly important.
Absolutely. Like, the thing that makes Tent a fantastic weapon is the fact that it doesn't need to get those frags to have a huge influence over the game. Like, even just deploying shield into zone capped a great amount of it, and then curling rush on top of it is such a huge painting power on the largest zone in the game, that is Wahoo World. So that tent just deploying in and just making space for the other weapons is hugely important.
Especially with Red Shell on the team, I think, and I mean, Henry as well, the rest of the players as well, they all do a really good job playing off and around that tent umbrella and creating space for the members of a team that tends to be a bit more aggressive and forward placing, means that you can kind of just sit back and not worry too much about things and let your frontliners run wild, as they say. I'm kind of... I'm nervous. I did call a game 5, and I still think that this is going to be a game 5. But I know, Ray's going into this, you had said that Tempest was your favorite to take the whole thing, right?
Yes.
Are you still believing that?
Yes.
Ah. And Rissa, are you with Ray's here too? Do you think Tempest is going to pull this one back through?
Honestly, I'm so stuck between these two teams. I have no idea what's going to happen.
Kind of where I'm sitting right now too. They're both, doing a fantastic job. It's incredibly back and forth. I feel uncomfortable making predictions, aside from obviously predicting game 5, right? So, and while we wait for our next game to get started, it does look like they're trying to figure out what map we're going to be going to next. Rissa, question for you.
Okay.
What's your favorite vegetable? And why?
Oh, okay.
I know, right?
You know what? My favorite vegetable is a mushroom.
Oh.
And I don't know why. I think it's like, not too strong like an onion or a pepper. It just can fit in, with whatever you're eating. Well, not anything, but generally it's not too overpowering. So I'm going to go with mushrooms.
All right. I like this. Okay. Now, to get contentious, because mushrooms are already contentious, so we're going to get contentious even further here. Ray's pineapple on pizza, yes or no?
No.
Okay. Ray's, you go. Can you step out of the room for a second? I have to talk to Rissa. Hey, Rissa. Do you like pineapple on pizza? Do you prefer pineapple on pizza? You don't?
No. Lily, do you?
Ray's and Rissa, could you step out of the room, please? I need to talk to IPL. Hey, IPL. Could we get some casters in here that like pineapple on pizza?
I'm not sure.
That'd be really rad. Can we I don't know, pop gun? Can we ping pop gun? See if pop gun likes pineapple on pizza.
Do you want to ping him? I can ping him.
Alright, yeah, you ping pop gun. Let me know, and then maybe we can replace some members in this TriCast who aren't super keen on the best fruit being on the best food. Thank you very much. You can come back in the room now, Reese and Rissa. We're done talking. It was a really important meeting we just had with IPL staff.
Oh.
So Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, okay.
But welcome on back. It does look like we have our next map. We're going to be going to Clam Blitz Reef, where they the good map, good mode. This map mode also enjoys pineapple on pizza, unlike some people. I'm a big fan of this one myself, as a junior player and as a Clam Blitz appreciator. It's kind of like the basic, clams intro map. Raze, do you think this is a good clams map? I know that's a contentious question.
It is a challenging Clam Blitz map. Good or bad is perspective, but being able to control top mid and bottom mid at the same time is a challenge, and being able to control those clam spawns is a challenge.
Yeah, I can agree with that. And Rissa, if there's one point on this map that you think is the most important part that you have to hold no matter what do you think it is?
Oh, no matter what mode it is, of course it's got to be the bridge. You got to make sure you have that mid control on the bridge, as we're seeing both teams throw everything at the bridge that they possibly can to start getting an upper hand on each other. And Nick Kaedo is doing just that, getting 3 members down on the side of Tempest, and that has allowed them to be able to make a claim here and hopefully get a push going.
Absolutely wild Nautilus fight there coming out from Nikaido, pulling that on through and able to open the basket. The team has quite a few claims at their disposal if they can get in fast enough to keep it going. It does look like they're going to get a couple more in here, Raze, but things snowballed pretty quickly there, and Tempest has regained control.
Yeah, now the big challenge for 4 Beans is making sure they don't get the snowball reversed on them, because they did all go down. Making sure that they get enough turf control that they stand up to this suction bomb launcher enough to actually just not get, reversed. And that is the challenge here, because if, Red Shell gets up into this car with this hammer, then this game gets a lot harder.
And that's the problem with this map, is it can swing back and forth really quickly. Now, most teams tend not to try to keep that swing going too long or too hard, because it does take time, of course, to build up map control and clams control. But when you're against a team like Tempest, Rissa, things tend to get pretty snowbally.
Yeah, it can get really snowbally if Tempest is on their game and playing really fast. They showed us exactly that. I mean, I love that they got this push going as soon as they had the advantage. And Drifty here just holding this position under the basket, doing such a good job at that, with Red Shell jumping in too, just to recognize that. And that's going to add to that pressure and making 4 Beans having to stop and back and regroup and get these members of Tempest out of their spawn.
Really fortunate or unfortunate football whiff there did end that push, and things are starting to slow down a little bit here, though I'm sure not for long. We do have members of 4 Beans rolling out here in pretty much a wall formation, but it looks like the spear that is Tempest has already burst on through here, Raze, and is already trying to mount yet another push.
Yeah, I don't think this push is going to be sustained for very long given this Lex flank, but that burst through is definitely very deadly.
It does look like already 2 members down on the side of Tempest, and 4 Beans regaining control of mid. That wasn't too many more points, but it was enough, Rissa, to keep the members of 4 Beans on their toes. They do have 3 footballs at the ready, though, and are getting ready for their own push on the way back that looks like it could be devastating.
Yeah, if 4 Beans is able to get this push off, this could be very, very devastating for Tempest. I mean, all those clams at the ready. They did get 1 member down with Tempest. That splash is down. But in turn, we saw Red Shell get one of the members of 4 Beans down, and then 2 other members went down. So I didn't see all that happened, but man, that was a great counterplay in defense from Tempest. They got a complete wipe on 4 Beans.
Looked like a bit of a mess there, and Tempest already rolling right back up onto mid with a football. It looks like they might be trying to prepare for another push, even though they don't have a whole lot of follow-up Raze. Do you think this is a moment where the teams need to slow down a little bit, or is this pressure good?
I absolutely think they need to slow down. This is a case of we can take a deep breath, we can get some clams, we can get some follow-up ready, but that Inkjet just jumped right into the Nautilus's line of fire and just exploded. And now we're right back where we were 15 seconds ago, where we're just vying for position. If we just slow down here, Tempest would still be in control of this game.
It's pretty wild to watch this happening back and forth. It's uncomfortable. Things are moving so quickly, and Tempest finally opening the basket, looking for a more solid push. They do almost have enough to end this if they could just get all their clams in, but it looks like just Red Shell up, needing one more, and unfortunately going down last minute. 4Beans managing to stem the tide, Rissa. This is their moment to take a breath and keep things moving at a more sustainable pace.
Yeah, right now Tempest definitely having to back up, regroup, play this defense perfectly, as 4Beans has their armor that they just used, and they do have a Booyah Bomb at the ready. Looks like Lex is going to go ahead and use that Booyah Bomb to start trying to push under the basket. Let's see if they can secure this and get these clams in the basket.
10 seconds left on the clock. Things are coming down to the wire, and 4Beans is trying their best to move on forward. They do have a lot of clam control and one member of Tempest down, but Tempest is doing a really good job keeping the members of 4Beans back. It does look like they're going to be able to get close enough to be able to touch the basket, but not with the ball that matters. And open in overtime, and 3 members down with the last member of mid might mean that this is the end of this push in overtime. Unfortunate. Very unfortunate. It just felt like, I don't know. It felt to me, Raze, like 4Beans just got sucked into Tempest's rhythm and wasn't able to pull themselves back out. Is that what it felt like to you too?
Yes, that's a very solid assessment. Because when Lex had Booyah, the reason I thought he was holding it personally was to wait for the rest of his team to move into a place where they can actually take space off that Booyah. But when we zoomed out and looked at the bigger picture, what it ended up looking like is he just popped Booyah too early. There was no one there to follow up, so him waiting for his team to get into position. But if there's someone in Inkjet, the other 2 teammates can't just run forward. They can't just run forward into 4 people, even with 2 specials behind them, because both those special users are so far away that when the specials end, their influence ends. So it was a case of 4Beans getting too ahead of themselves in terms of their special usage and not getting into the proper positions, and the push fell apart.
So when you get into those positions, Ray, it's like, how do you stop it? How do you break out of those moments when you're wrapped up in the momentum of another team and regain your own breath?
That's a case where you have to have an in-game leader go, guys, chill. Because they were in a fantastic position overall. Zooming out, looking at the game state, they had clams, they had map control, they had control of top mid, the place that Rissa said is the most important. They were in a very good position to actually win that game. They just needed to take a deep breath and slow down and make sure they did everything correctly.
Yeah, and that's really important, right? And having that in-game leader who's able to take that moment and help everybody regain that step rest is really important. Like, do you have the opportunity often to play with in-game leaders like that, or do you take that position on yourself? And like, do you ever get the chance to be that voice of reason?
You know, I have played with a few good in-game leader shot callers, and I love playing with people like that because they can you can focus more on like how you're playing yourself and just listen to what they say, and for them to have that ability to call out for the entire team and then also play good themselves. I love when that happens, and sometimes that can be the thing that really helps a team if they have someone like that who can tell everyone to chill or to tell everyone, hey, this is our opening, go. That can be so crucial for a team. And I've tried it myself, I don't prefer to do it. Sometimes, it just comes down to if you're playing with quiet people, sometimes you do have to be that person. So, but I love when I get to play with someone who's a really confident shot caller.
It's honestly just like a treat. It's a real treat to be able to play with someone who's that confident and can just go for it. I think every team could benefit from seeing that kind of gameplay and from having someone like that on their team. That said, we are rolling into our next match on Rainmaker Blackbelly yet again. Any huge changes here that you can see, Raze? Anything massive that really stands out to you?
No huge changes here. The one thing that I will say is 4Beans slowed their rollout down. They didn't contest this pop. They lost it the first time. They made an adaptation, and I like that. The real question is, how does Tempest adapt now? They get a pick and look like they're about to start cascading into a push, which could be very dangerous for 4Beans.
3 down already on the side of 4Beans, and Tempest is moving on up. That Ray coming out and gonna stall that Rainmaker a little bit longer. Absolutely clutch to keep things from snowballing too hard here, Rissa. It does look like they managed to regain that control just in time.
They did a really good job at that. Props to One Shot for backing up and knowing, hey, they're going to take the Rainmaker, they're going to start pushing it, I need to make sure I have a Stingray ready, and that's exactly what they did, so that was really good on them. And you can see they have the Stingray ready again, very smartly letting the Rainmaker reset. They have special advantage right now, and they're just kind of, both teams just letting the Rainmaker reset, waiting to get in a position where they can take advantage and get in a position to push.
They're doing a really good job of that, using these specials to move on up, and 2 down already on the side of Tempest does put 4Beans in a great position here to try to get a push moving. A beautiful Ray popping out here, Rays, and it looks like the members of 4Beans are moving right on up with that special.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That Booyah Bomb on the high ground is going to be critical, but we need to make sure we clean up that player who dropped. If we don't clean up that player, this push can fall apart. Player goes down, and now the Rainmaker can start inching forward, just little by little. Because we don't need to get a huge burst through, we just need to get the lead.
It looks like they're doing just that. They did manage to get most of the members of Tempest down and making a mad dash there just to dive forward and try to get those points moving, Rissa. Sometimes that's all you can do, is make sure you're as far forward as possible when you know that there's no more further you can go.
Yeah, as the Rainmaker carrier, sometimes you just gotta make that decision. All right, I'm jumping in, I'm just going in and getting as many points as I possibly can. So that's exactly what happened there, and that played out really well for them. They got quite a few more points on the board too. They already had the lead there for a moment, and then they secured it even more. You know, not necessarily as big a lead as we saw from the time these last two teams plays each other, but you know, right now sitting really well with the lead. But right now Tempest does have 3 specials at the ready, and they are going to go ahead and pick up the Rainmaker to start getting a push going themselves.
C4Beans here getting a little nervous, trying to move into a defensive position, but Red Shell getting a really sneaky push, and the Ray coming in clutch, managing to stop Red Shell before they got into too much more dangerous of a position they were already in. Rays, it does look like it's going to stall that push out, and 2 minutes left on the clock means things are starting to get a little bit tight here. Do you think they're feeling the sweat?
Oh, absolutely. 4Beans is feeling it because the Rays. Like, the Rays just asserts itself wherever it is on any team, no matter how much value that Ray is getting, and like, it can completely snuff pushes.
Now, Tempest did manage into a Ray to be able to get that lead, but 36 is not a commanded lead, especially not on this map mode. They did manage to push it a little bit further to 15, which does probably make them feel a little bit safer. So now it's all on 4Beans now, Rissa. Tempest doesn't have to worry about pushing into a Ray to try to get that lead, but they do now have to worry about managing to keep 4Beans out and away from that lead themselves.
Yeah, they have to make sure that they have their defense at the ready. And there's that Ray, just like you were talking about, One Shot, using this Ray to hopefully, you know, maybe get an opening for their teammates, maybe get a push going. But unfortunately, the Ray didn't quite get any picks for their teammates. Chicha there still holding the Rainmaker, trying to stall it out as long as they can. And kind of an awkward position right now for 4Beans, as everyone's just kind of in mid, just a bloodbath. Each team just jumping at each other. 4Beans has 40 seconds left. They know that they need to figure out how to do something if they want to get the lead.
Things are looking a little bit rough here. There is only 30 to 40 seconds left on this clock, but the Rainmaker timer is a lot less. They're about to explode, and they have to die away from their team so they don't take their teammates out with that death explosion. Now, if they can do that forward and in a good position like they just did, hopefully Raise, that means that they can set the rest of their team up for a solid push back through, but unfortunately they go 2 down.
Yeah, I just really hope that 4Beans takes a deep breath and just stops skirmishing, because anytime you're skirmishing against a brush, that brush is going to win. So we need to make sure that brush just takes a big chill pill, and we try to get this thing going.
Beautiful wall there coming out from 4Beans to try to get close to that Rainmaker, but unfortunately not able to touch it before the end of overtime. So this game does go to Tempest. Things are feeling tight. That game was very back and forth. It still feels a little bit, Rissa, like they're still caught a little bit in the pace of Tempest.
Yeah, I definitely think they are definitely feeling that. And actually, hold up here. So that means, I don't know why I thought this was a best of 7. This is a best of 5, so that means Tempest has won, and they are the SAC Finals champion.
I also thought it was a best of 7. Here I am talking like this isn't over, and Tempest just clutched it on out. I'm okay. All right. Well then, congratulations, Tempest, on that contentious win to take this finals all the way through. A grand finals winner after a bracket reset for SAC Season 4. You did a fantastic job. And 4Beans, again, massive compliments to 4Beans. They did an amazing job there. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I was having too much fun. I lost track of time there, Ace.
No, absolutely, Sam. I didn't even contemplate the score. I would just keep going, more games, more great Splatoon. It didn't even register. But congratulations to Tempest for a fantastic set of games, for putting on a fantastic show, and congratulations on winning.
Yeah, and congratulations to everyone in chat who voted to say they liked pineapple on pizza. You're my homies. I love you all. You did a fantastic job. And Tempest and 4Beans, you also did a fantastic job, but you did a more fantastic job if you like pineapple on pizza. So hit me up in DMs, let me know how you feel about it, and then I'll give you your real congratulations. But I mean, in the meantime, thanks everyone for having us. I had a great time. Marissa, Raze, did y'all have a great time too?
Absolutely.
Good. So I mean, I guess that's about it. I'm just gonna do one last shout out here. I do want to remind everybody to participate and look up the Narval Carnival. They're going to be hosting their Latin focused tourney Festa Luna on the April 2022. They celebrate Latin American and worldwide teams around the globe on April 2nd at 7 p.m. Eastern. It's a Latin American focused event, but don't worry, they are region free, so anyone around the globe can enter. Make sure to check their socials next week for a really big announcement and about their next project coming up also in early April. Lots coming up, very exciting, with the cutest logo on the planet. So please check them out and participate in this fantastic event. You can get more information on their Discord at discord.io/Narval Carnival. And then also I want to shout out the IPL Patreon. So if you've enjoyed this event and you want to help support IPL, you're going to be doing a really great job if you swing over to their Patreon and sling them a little bit if you can. Our mods, beautiful. I put the Discord link in chat, so thank you to Vincent, and check out those links, and thank you for joining us. Raze, where can folks find you if they want to check you out?
If you want to check me out, Twitter and Twitch at Raze_Splat, or Raze_Splat. Yeah, I said it correctly. If you want coaching from myself, if you liked the color commentary I was giving today, look me up on Metafy at metafy.gg at Raze. And those are the main places you can find me.
And Rissa, where can they find you?
Everyone can find me at Rissa High on, what am I on? Twitter, Twitch, and YouTube. Yeah, that's about it for me.
All right, and if you're looking for me, you can find me at Splatoon Lily on Twitch and Twitter. I hope you've had a great time today. Congratulations to all the teams playing. We had some fantastic games today of Splatoon. And yeah, I hope we'll see you again next time.